less technical, less sophisticated, not this professional audio and video. So I'm very happy about the positive growing of having persons here now. New persons, more persons from more parts of the world, and of course more resources to allocate more people having this great experience. And this is my last session in the program. I had other four. So yeah, thank you. I just want to express my gratitude and my congratulations to the Nairobi team, which was so wonderful. And yes, well, we will have an hybrid presentation because my colleague Mariana Marmarin is in Mexico. So I don't know if she's already in the Zoom to start. Yes, she is. Can we see her? Ver. Okay. Oh, wow. Hello, Mar. How is going in Mexico? Good night, Mexico. Good morning, Nairobi.
Good night, good morning.
La escucho bien yo. ¿Puedes hablar, Mar?
Sí. Can you hear me well? Yes.
Perfect. So here we are, Ivan Martinez from Wikimania Mexico, chapter founder, and many initiatives, you know. And my colleague, Mar Marin, who is part of Wikimedia Mexico too, and she works at the Humanitarian OpenStreetMap team in the LATAM team. And I think this is I'm so happy of this collaboration because I think we need to do more things with the OpenStreetMap guys. I think we are, in the past, I feel that we was more close. And I think the OpenStreetMaps community is very similar to us in spirit, in many of the topics that they are working. So this is like a project that we want to share today with you. It's like an idea that it's easily replicated. It's not cheap absolutely, but according to the technology that it's necessary in the professional sector of the using of drones is so cheap. So you can replicate easily this experience, but I don't want to talk too much. So, well, what's the reason of combining maps and free knowledge? The very first topic is that we know, and I think this is one of the main lessons of the feminist movement that is working extensively with maps and social situations. We know that the maps are not neutral. Whoever decides what will be in a map and who doesn't is also decided by many powers in the world. You know, is the mapping and the real-time mapping is one of the is an industry. So in addition that it's an industry, there are many people like us, like the community, the Wikimedia community, or many efforts in the world that depends absolutely about having free maps. And many times the territories need documentation that are not actually in the commercial vision of the mapping of the world. You know, at least Google Maps is a valuable resource in each device in the person in the world, but the focus or the vision or the concept of Google Maps is absolutely commercial. So that's one of the main reasons of being involved doing free maps in the world, and that documentation are absent from maps or from Wikimedia Commons. That's the reason of why we believe in the power of documentation from the ground. You will see in the presentation that we try to approach to the people in the territory in more grassroots communities, share the knowledge about or share the importance of being involved in the mapping in the world. And when that documentation is done for free or for free tools in a free spirit, such as Wikipedia, OpenStreetMaps, or having more accessible drones, because the main fabricator of drones in the world is Chinese, and many of the tools that are actually available in the world is under proprietary copyright or patents, and it's hard to hack that kind of tools, but it's not impossible. You will see in the presentation. So this combination of tools and this combination of factors open new possibilities. Defending the territory in Mexico, we are living a hard situation around the defense of territory and the people behind that fights. In fact, the most attacked human rights activists in Mexico are people who are related to environmental fights and defending of the territory. So we find crucial these kind of projects to unite our efforts to work together with these persons. Okay, please. Mar?
Yes, thank you. I'm so happy to be joining from Mexico today to tell you more about this amazing project that we started with Wikimedia Mexico. Just as a case context, how did we get into La Paz, Baja California Sur in Mexico? Here we have an amazing group of women that are protecting mangroves. Mangroves basically in Mexico protect the coastline, act as carbon sinks, and support biodiversity and livelihoods. But as Ivan was explaining, there are a lot of threats for people that are defending the territory. So here in La Paz, we have a context of urban expansion without regulation. We have pollution from various sources. And since we are all experiencing the climate crisis, we have a lot of sea level rise. Also, as Ivan was sharing with you, there's a lot of data gap and a lack of updated aerial imagery and reliable geospatial data that makes it really hard for communities to advocate for protection and restoration. This is the context that we have right now. So one of the key questions when we started doing this collaboration is, what can communities do when they don't have access to timely, high-resolution data to defend the territory? So if you can help me change the slide. Here is where Drone Tasking Manager basically gets into the scenario. Just as a context, if people haven't heard about the humanitarian OpenStreetMap team, this is a global nonprofit that helps people make use of free open maps to improve lives and respond to crises and emergencies. So in really simple terms, we try to create maps where they don't exist or they are outdated. We try to support as many volunteers, communities, and local groups so that we can provide information into maps. But also we try to push for open knowledge within the open sources tools that we create for planning, disaster response, and development. Last year, we decided that it was necessary to create this tool, which is called Drone TM, which basically is an open source and user-friendly application or suite that enables anyone with access to a drone to contribute to a global free and open aerial imagery repository. Basically, what you do is you have a drone, you create the flight plan, you make your drone flight, and then you process this imagery using free open source tools such as OpenDroneMap and OpenAerialMap. This enables communities to enhance independence, to, as Ivan was explaining, not to rely on private companies or outdated satellite imageries, and for communities to control their own mapping process. If you can help me with the next slide, please.
Yes.
So when we decided that this was a tool that was necessary to put out there, we thought of it as a digital public good because we wanted it to be open access. We wanted it to be interoperability, and for communities to have an equitable participation using a really it is kind of not inexpensive, but it is still one of the cheaper drones out there, the DJI Mini 4 Pro, and it helps us to democratize mapping. So the way it works, I'm going to explain it kind of simple, but we're going to share with you some tutorials that you will see afterwards. First of all, you define the area of interest. So as a project manager, you select a priority zone that you want to map with this drone. The second part is that the drone TM allows you to split this flight line into different tasks. So basically what it does is that it tiles the area into manageable flights, missions, and each tile will help the different pilots that decide to participate within this mission to optimize the coverage and to have a better overlap. It also allows you, if you don't have technical expertise or knowledge, with some recommendations around attitude and camera settings, and it will give you an estimate flight time. As you can see in the screen, this is the way it will look in the platform, and it is quite simple to use, even though you don't have technical expertise. That's the idea behind Drone TM. If you can help me with the next slide, please. Then, the idea behind Drone TM is that a lot of folks have drones, but maybe they use it just for video or imagery, like commercial imagery. But what will happen if you have a drone and you put it into humanitarian aid? So this is the idea behind Drone TM, that you can assign pilots and these different missions. So something that maybe you don't know is that satellite imagery is really expensive. So when we have emergency responses, sometimes commercial enterprises don't want to give these imageries for free, even though we have an emergency. So the idea is that if folks have drones and we can cover the zone with these drones, then we can have actual imagery of that specific zone so that we can map and give this open data to international organizations, national organizations that know how to best support the communities by giving humanitarian aid. A first step, is to just let the drone fly and start capturing the images. So basically, the drone will follow a pre-planned path to capture these overlapping imageries. Something important is that Drone TM right now only works with this specific drone, which is the DJI Mini 4 Pro, because it is lightweighted, it has high imagery quality. It also, sorry, give me just 1 second. It also is portable and easy to use, and it is compatible with the software that was created to use Drone TM, because as I was explaining, it's not only about doing the flight plan, it's also about processing the imagery without having the technical knowledge and having to use different softwares. And if you can help me with the next slide. Once you have the imagery in your drone, you need to upload it back to Drone TM, and it will help you process into open data that you can create orthomosaics, digital surface models, or point clouds. So for non-technical people, this basically means that it will do the work for you without you having to know all the different softwares and all the different aspects of how this works. So it basically democratizes and allows you to do the flight plans, the process into these different types of materials, and it will basically give you in around 2 or 3 hours, depending on the capacity of your computer, these different materials that you can use to start advocating to defend your territory. So back to you, Ivan.
Thank you, Mar. I was watching the images now, and I feel excited again. Because we organized this beautiful event with the support of Wikimania Foundation and Humanitarian OpenStreetMap team that was able to work with the community, which is called, it's an amazing group. It's called the Guardianas del Conchalito. It's like Conchalito Guardians. It's a women-driven collective that cares and protects the mangroves in La Paz. You know, La Paz, as other touristic spots, is having like a accelerated urbanization because many people from the United States are buying land in an accelerated way to live there, essentially retired people. So the pollution problems and the gentrification problems are affecting heavily to the people who live there, like the Guardians of Conchalito. So they are organized to protect the mangroves and recover the mangroves first. And in addition, the Humanitarian OpenStreetMaps added one organization who is a bikers organization, or bikers of a bike, not a motorcycle, which is called Becicletos. And they function as the technical partner, Mangles del Manglito, other collective by the sons and other friends more young of the women of the collective, because it's the women of Conchalito is people between the 40s and the 60s, so they are not exactly close to the technology. But that event, and that's what was a beautiful event, approaches to say to the women that they can also fly drones, edit Wikipedia, upload images to Commons. So essentially the project the journey began with training by Wikimania Mexico on Wikipedia and Wikimedia Commons. We have 18 participants, and 14 was from the allied local organization. We edited directly 14 new articles, 36 edits from the biodiversity of Mexico and mangrove-related articles, and we uploaded more than 3,000 photos, including all the aerial images and orthophotos that we created with this technology. What's the purpose of this? This project wants to share the knowledge, because we are based, at least me and other persons of Wikimania Mexico are not in La Paz. We are in Mexico City, in Aguascalientes, in other parts. So we want to share the knowledge to not depend about us. They have all the documentation. We make some practices in some days, and essentially they are learning to operate the drones, collecting the data and processing the data using drone TM. This is essentially capturing high-resolution aerial imagery from the most vulnerable mangroves, essentially Manglar el Conchalito, which is the most damaged mangrove in the area. And with that technology, we generate a 3D view of the mangroves and the surrounding areas using the tools that Mar explained. And this produces an open image repository that can be available in the open aerial map and Wikimedia Commons. And not only, because all the data which is not visible, that is generated from the drones, is available to make research. All the data that is produced is used to monitoring the damage of the mangroves, monitoring if biomass is a concept which is like, I don't know if you are familiar with that concept. It's monitoring the biomass between each year. So some drones was purchased by the grant by Wikimedia Foundation. Other drones was belongs to Wikimedia Mexico, that is used in the documentation of aerial imagery in Mexico. So that's the main idea behind the project. So I don't know, Mar, if you want to talk about the fabulous results that we have.
So what was really impressive, it was that like folks tend to think that they don't have the technical expertise, not just to fly drones or to process these imageries, but they didn't know they could edit Wikipedia, like they didn't know how to use these type of tools to push for their advocacy process in La Paz. So that was really important for us, that we could install these capacities within the community, and they knew that they have agency and strengthen those abilities to start using these different type of tools to present the situation in La Paz. Something that was great, it was just not just the workshop, but they started doing a lot of things just by themselves. So as Ivan was explaining, they started capturing these different aerial images and they start monitoring biomass. And this was really important because Guardianas del Conchalito, each week they do like a monitoring walking, which I was part of, and it was impressive. But now, even though they still want to do that, they could also use the drone to monitor this biomass, so they don't have to go each week to check on the mangrove. They also started identifying deforested areas, and something that Pececicletos and Mangles del Manglito were explaining to us is that some of the communities close to them started hearing about the workshop and the impact that it has on them, and they started asking their support to fly the drone and see what was happening around those communities. So they could also start recording changes in land use. And most of the organizations that work close to Guardianas del Conchalito, they try to push for citizen participation mechanism for public advocacy. So this type of imagery, this type of materials are actually supporting their effort and having evidence of what's happening in the territory. Also, some of the shared tools by Mangles del Manglito, they now want their own drone, so they can start doing more supporting Guardianas and other communities. But they are right now like working with Pececicletos on different type of activities and advocacy actions, and share this knowledge that we installed, but sharing it with other communities. They also still contribute to the Wiki ecosystem as a tool for memory, human rights, and advocacy. As Ivan was explaining, we had around 18 participants, more than 3,000 uploads to Commons. We had some orthophotos shared publicly because it is sensitive that some of this information is publicly shared. We also work on best practices with the communities, that there might be some of the information that could be shared publicly for analysis or for academic purposes, but some others are more for the communities. And there were a lot of articles edited and also created. Some of the lessons learned that we wanted to share with you. And
we're out of time, Mark. We have only 2 more minutes, so...
Okay, we can go to the next one. No worries. We just want to really highlight that this is a replicable model, that this doesn't have to stay in La Paz. HOT has already implemented this type of tools in other parts of the world as Freetown. So we wanted to share this with you because you can also start using Drone TM, and we are sharing the screen, the link to the tutorials. So what you can do, explore Drone TM, try it out, organize workshops in your communities, and basically join a network of people using drones to document and protect what matters. Next slide, we want you to check our work that we did on Commons. And we're also sharing some resources if you want to know more about the projects. And because we're out of time, thank you so much. And if you have any questions, you can get in touch with me. We would like to work closely to the Wikimedia ecosystem. And thank you so much for this space.
Thank you, Mariana. The idea behind this talk is to have like a public demonstration of how we can use the tool, but we was advised that flying drones in Nairobi is complicated. So all the materials is online. If you want to to learn to use in your own countries, and we are open to any contact to work together. Thank you, Mar. Nos vemos pronto. Muchas gracias. And thank you everyone for coming and being here. Thank you.
So, hello everyone and welcome. We are very happy and very glad that you are here in Kenya on site or connecting with us on internet to see our presentation, our panel. The title of the panel is From the Vision to Impact, the strategy behind the Million Wiki project. These 55 minutes we will talk about an ambitious project that aims to have contributions of 1 million projects in 6 different languages in 5 Wikipedia projects, and this all in 3 years. So we will talk about how the project starts, what is the strategy, and we will talk about the partnership that make this possible. You will hear about our community, and you can hear how to get involved in this project, and we will tell you about all the process. So settle in and just relax. We will explain everything. At the end of this session, we can answer any question that you have. So let's start from the beginning. This project started from the gathering called Wiki Arabia that we have had in 2022 in Dubai. There we have met many people and sponsors that give us the chance to start this new idea. And then within a year, we created policies, we created rules, we checked what we can do, and the next couple of months, we created a committee. These guys are part of this committee. So I think we can start with talking about a scope of the project. I will give the floor to Ali.
So hello everyone, and thank you Rida for this introduction. My name is Ali and I'm a part of the Million Wiki project committee. So as Rida mentioned, the project will focus on the 6 official languages of UN, which is Arabic, English, Spanish, French, Russian, and Chinese. So people from all these Wikipedias or those who can contribute with these languages can be participate in proposing projects for Million Wiki. And also we are focusing on 5 Wiki projects, which is Wikipedia, Wikidata, Wikicommons, Wiktionary, and Wikisource. And we are all here, the community, we have people who are admins in these projects, and we set certain criteria for each project. So everyone, if you visit our meta page, you will find all the criteria, and we will discuss it as well here. One also main thing, for the people who are interested to propose a project, you don't have to be a Wikimedian. Like everyone, literally everyone can find a project, but they should aware about the criteria and the rules about the Wiki project that you want to contribute to. So even if someone working in a library, for example, in some country that not are in MENA region and they have content about MENA region, so they can contribute, they can propose a project for a specific theme and work on it within Wiki project. And also, this project will focus only on the MENA content. So if you are living in anywhere around the world, if you have any content related to MENA and these 6 languages, you can contribute. You can find a project, you can propose it, and we will see and we will work together to make this possible. So this is let's say, the main outlines of the project that we are working on.
Thank you, Ali. Yes, I just want to tell that Ali is telling the most important maybe thing here. The topic is MENA region, but this project is not for MENA people. So everyone in the world, in Kenya, for example, can contribute to this project, but only the topic, the scope, is the MENA, and the 6 languages. and the 5 wiki project. So now let's explore what is the content criteria that we want to see in our project. I give the floor to Batul. Batul can talk about what is the criteria of Wikipedia.
Hi all, thank you. I'm Batul from this committee. On Wikipedia, one of the 6 projects in Wikimillion, Wikipedia must be your project and a new project, not edit. You must to add a new articles and the language you want and from United Languages, the 6 languages. So we have in the meta page here, we have the all instruction about every project we needed. See you, sorry, I will see you. I don't know if you can read, the line is small, but in the Wikipedia, contribution accepted, only newly created articles that meet the notable creator a focus of MENA-related topics are expected. Simply edit or accepted articles not to qualify as a new contribution. This is the most important thing. Content requirement, all contributors must adhere the following standards. A very simple standards we needed in this project. We can read all the instruction here in the meta page, and it's very easy to be the one of this project and interview you. Thank you.
Thank you, Batul. I will add something about this also. This is the general criteria that we want. But for example, if you have your own campaign, for example, you run an editathon, you can have your own rules inside. But you have to start from this one. Even if you, for example, one of these rules or this criteria, you don't love it, you can just ask the team, the committee to change it for you. For example, we are very flexible. So we have just, we need just to organize a meeting, for example, with your projects or your team or with you, and we can have a good project at the end. And now we can go to Adel. Adel will talk in Arabic. I will try to translate. But there is a translation online, but from English, I think. So Adel, your topic is Wikisource.
شكرا. اسف ما نتكلمش جيدا الانجليزي. ويكي سورس او ويكي مصدر العربيه لديه معايير. احنا نتقبل هذه المعايير او المساهمات المقبوله. اول شرط واهم شرط ان تكون النصوص ضمن النطاق العام، اي نصوص حره فري. ثاني شيء انه يمكن ان نتقبل جميع المستندات والوثائق التاريخيه.
Okay. The main criteria of the Wikisource is that the text should be in the public domain and not under the copyright of any country.
كما نتقبل ايضا مستندات الوثائق التاريخيه المتعلقه اساسا بمنطقه الشرق الاوسط وشمال افريقيا مثل رسائل الملوك الى غير ذلك.
The thing that we accept and we love to see is the press, the books, the letters between the kings and etc.
كذلك نقبل كل ما يتعلق بالادب، بالشعر، بالقصائد.
All what is about poesy, literature and
بشرط واحد فقط أن يكون مؤلفوها من منطقة الشرق الأوسط وشمال إفريقيا.
The only condition is that the author should be from the MENA region.
كذلك نتقبل النصوص القانونية والحكومية والمراسيم وغيرها.
We accept also if this text is about a law of certain countries, the governmental texts and.
ولكن هذا المحتوى لا نقبل أي محتوى، يعني رغم هذه الشروط لكن يجب أولا التحقق من المصدر، هل فعلا هو حر، هل هو فعلا موثق إلى غير ذلك.
First you should be sure that your reference or your book is
موثق دليل.
is
verified
can be verified on internet.
كذلك يجب أن يحتوي هذا المصدر على جميع البيانات الوصفية.
And we should have all the data item about this book or this reference.
الشرط الثالث وهو جودة النص، أن يكون منقول وممسوح ضوئيا بدقة عالية وليس فيه خلل أو غير ذلك.
So when you try to copy the text, you can use the OCR that the text will be in higher not higher resolution but
لا النصوص لمج هي اللي تكون
okay. The text should be in high resolution, right?
high resolution.
Okay.
كذلك تحديد بوضوح، يعني عندما نعمل عن في ويكي مصدر أنه لازم ننقل حرفيا النصوص، أما الهوامش والشروحات وغير ذلك يجب أن تحدد بدقة، يعني معنى ذلك أي إضافة على النص يجب أن تكون واضحة. كذلك نحبذ كثيرا أن تكون إصدارات متعددة اللغات.
So we should copy word by word, text by text from the original book or the reference without adding anything else, right?
Yes. وتكون يعني الإصدارات متعددة اللغات، وهذا أفضل. يعني كثير من الكتب فيها إصدارات كثيرة بمعنى آخر حتى يمكن ترجمتها. يعني لو كان لنا مصدر باللغة الفرنسية من المحبذ أن نضع له ترجمة باللغة العربية.
The references should be in, not should be, but it's a recommendation. If you have, for example, a book translated in many languages, for example, there is in poesy books from the MENA region who are translated in many languages. So this could be a great thing.
عكس ذلك المساهمات غير المقبولة.
And vice versa, the thing that we will
not accepted.
Not accepted at all.
Not accepted. المحتوى بلغات غير الستة التي ذكرناها.
The content with the languages that we are not covering.
عدم وجود أي صلة بتاتا بمنطقة المينا.
No relation with MENA region.
أو تكون الجودة غير كافية. الجودة.
And they should have a good quality.
Good quality. أهم شيء اللي نذكره عدم انتهاك أي حق لحقوق المؤلف.
The most important is the copyright.
بآخر شيء هو المحتوى المضر أو الغير المحايد أو المزعج أو الشخصي، هذا أيضا غير مقبول تماما.
We don't accept something controversial also. For the reason.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adel. I want to give the floor to Ali to talk about commons, but please, shortly.
But actually, commons, like everyone knows about. I mean, Wikisource is very, let's say, a bit complex, at least for me. We are lucky we have Adel here. He's an admin in Wikisource who can support any content in Wikisource. So for Wikicommons, it's basically, it should be like any kind of files, photos, pictures, audios, videos, whatever you want. But it should be the main thing that you have to include in this file you are uploading is to have it like to description in the language you want, and the main thing, the other one should be Arabic. So you can even translate it with any tool you have, even you are not Arab, and we can check with you and support you in this. Also, it should be like you cover all the uploading criteria for Wikicommons. From the categories, description, location, if there is any, and all these criteria. So Wikicommons, as I said, it's a bit basic. But the most important thing, and lastly that I want to add here, is the intellectual property, they call it, or the rights. So you have to follow the rights. So the work should be yours, or you have a permission to upload the work you get to Commons. So yeah, this is generally the criteria for Wikicommons.
I will add criteria of Wikidata and Wiktionary. I will be very brief because these two are very easier to do. Wikidata, we accept any Wikidata item related to the region. And inside the Wikidata item should have at least 5 elements. This is easy. Or Wikidata, we can add lexema, so any words related to the region languages. Wiktionary is the same thing. Sure. So, but for the Wiktionary, you can put any language who exists in the MENA region, for example, Amazigh or Kurd, but on the platforms of these 6 UN languages. For example, you can put content of the Amazigh on the Wikipedia in Arabic. This is allowed for us. So for the criteria, we finished the criteria. Then we go to the how you can participate to the project.
Yeah.
Tool, please.
Okay, thank you. In our meta page for the project, here we can go and now propose a project. In Arabic, اقترح مشروع. Here we can, in title of your proposal, you write what you name the project you needed here. So we can see a project under review, funded a project. We can see a lot of names here. You put your name here. What do you need about your project? Something like that. Then create a page. Okay. Then you can fill the answer, the questions here. A simple proposal you can make it, yeah. But write a description of your project, the budget. You must be both your budget for your project to see if it's acceptable or not. The details, outcomes. It's very important to learn us how many outcomes from this project we wanted to go. In any project, Wikidata, Wikipedia, Wikicommons, etc. If you have photos, you can put the photo here in the gallery. And this is for us the final decision. Then you can publish your project here, so we study it to approve it or not. It's an easy from here. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Also, after you publish your project, we have a page that you can put the report of this project. You can click on the project under the logo.
Here.
Yeah, and
Then
you'll get reports. Yeah. And you do the same. You have a pre-allowed page who appear. You can just write what you have done, and you publish. This is a very simple application. There is nothing hard to do.
Yeah.
We have even people here who done make it. Yeah, this one. So thank you. Let's go to the examples.
Yeah.
So as Ali talked about comments.
Yeah. So first of all, I want to add on the project thing, the proposal. So it is. I will ensure you that it will be very easier than the rapid funds and all these funds from the Wikimedia Foundation. So and the process maybe will last for 2 weeks, and you will get the result, or if there is any discussion, we will contact you. For the projects, we have now funded already almost 6 to 7, I think, projects. One of them, for example, about Wikicommons, we have a project called the Voices of MENA, or MENA Voices. So this project will upload a participant who created a project to upload 6,000 audio file about Arabic terminology in the Wikicommons. So this is an idea also to have something outside, like other than photos, other than pictures. You can also like upload voices, files of any kind of things that is acceptable on Wikicommons, and it is now in the process. And something also to add, we only started on July, so we have maybe the next 2 years accepting projects for anyone who want to apply.
Thank you. Batul, your example?
Yeah, I will see you the example on Wikipedia project. This is about landforms of Middle East and North Africa. The description for the project to translate 1,000 articles from English to Arabic about the landform of Middle East and North Africa. And this project will be in July to August. And it's a very simple. This is we can put in details outcomes in Wikipedia articles 1,000 and comments. There's no photos in this project, and Wikidata we can make it 1,000 Wikidata in Arabic languages. That's very easy.
Thank you, Batul. Let's move to Adel. Adel had a project in Wikisource.
ويكي سورس يعني هو مشروع حول كتب من وحول الجزائر باللغتين الفرنسية والعربية يعني.
The project is about the books about Algeria from and about, yeah?
About.
And in two languages, the French and Arabic.
وهو يعني بمعنى آخر وضعنا مخرجات نوعا ما كبيرة ولكن مقدور عليها.
We have very big outcomes, but we can do that, so it's not a problem.
هذه المخرجات تتمثل في 10,000 صفحة مستخلص نصوصها.
The project is about 10,000 page extracted from the books of
the
about
books
Algeria.
about the books is 100 books for extracted 10,000 pages, and we have input 500 items in Wikidata.
Good. Without translation.
Translate to Arabic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I guess we reached the point that we can answer some questions, if there is some. Please, if you even if you know us, you know the project, ask questions, because this video is recorded and translated on the internet, so that the other people can know what happened in this project. Please. Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a very impressive project, and I really hope it to thrive. I think it will become great. I'm sitting here because I wanted to explore how you secured partnerships and how you reached out outside the movement, and that would be the interesting part for me. Maybe you could add some more details on this.
You have like 3 questions, right? The first, how we reach about this project on, yeah? Or
my question was your partnerships outside. It was announced as you have lots
Yes.
of partnerships, and you also secured funding, which is great.
Yep.
So how did you achieve this?
Okay.
And could this be sustainable?
Yeah. I will answer, if you could, one question by another. What we have one NGO in the United Arab Emirates who cover the entire of this project, and if we are not looking only to this NGO, we partner with the Wikimedia Foundation. Sometimes we started; it's not yet done, but we started to co-fund, for example, grants related to Wikimedia, not Wikimedia, but the MENA region. To fund like a half of each, and from this Wikimania we have another maybe future partnership with the Wikimedia France. They have a microfi that we want to do the same thing. So this is how we do. I don't know if I have answered your question. You have other questions, right?
Please stand up and look at the camera when you're asking a question.
Thank you for the project. Oh, there's his camera. Okay, thank you. I have just a question, since you mentioned that if the project about the MENA region, so let's take example that we are doing collaboration with other communities, as like translating articles, they take Latinos America or something, but subject about the content, together. There's the example that people, I don't know, subjects is globally, but the language, it will be different to both of us. Do you accept this kind of projects?
You mean accept this kind of partnership
Yes,
between?
yes, the MENA region and out of the continent, but language is different.
Yes, the project will not do that, but if you can do that, for example, if you can create a bridge between, for example, the MENA region and Latin America, go ahead. So we, as a committee, we encourage this kind of things. So if you can give us this chance to have a translated articles to Spanish, for example, yes, definitively. But this must come from the community. So you want to add something?
Yeah, I also want to add on this answer. So if you have a partnership with a different community that are maybe doing content, but for not MENA region, for example. So we can fund only your part, the part about MENA region, or the content about MENA region. But at the end of the day, the results, it should be about MENA region. But also we can discuss maybe to support this partnership and somehow. But the main focus, it should be about the content and how we can do it about MENA region in different languages.
I will give you a simple example. For example, this is a new partnership between us and the Afro Creative Plus film. Their content is about Africa in general, but there is no Middle East, for example. But in the MENA region, there is North Africa, who is a part of Africa and the Middle East. So we give a prize to who create the biggest quantity of articles about the MENA region inside this initiative. So we can do something similar with the Latin American or Spanish community, Spanish-speaking community.
I don't have a question. I have a comment about your question. They've explained the impact. I'm from Wikimedia UAE, the user group that supports the project, but I'm not really involved. So they've explained the digital part of it, but they haven't really explained the human part of it. So the project that they have funded, because I know them personally, each project looks like some of them. You can tell that these people have also supported the project. I've seen Rida throughout the conference telling people, going and letting them know that he is doing this project and asking them for their support to put more things on the public domain. Yes, 100%. So I appreciate what they're doing, all of them. So the human part of the partnerships is their relationships and how they're supporting this project. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much, Dara. So more questions.
Don't be shy, ask question, comment.
If you don't have question, I will ask you. I have a lot of questions to the guys here. So please, do you have a project that can be a project who fit our criteria? Please, can you share some ideas here maybe? For example, I know Ravan has a project. I know also Bashunda has a project. Maybe you can share, maybe we can help you.
Yes.
Yes.
I have an awesome project that I'm trying to create it for many years ago. This project is it's about the Algerian language, Derja. We have worked as another Algerian people in Derja. It's a dictionary of a Derja that's containing 25,000 words. Yeah. It's a project to create a Wiktionary. Huh? Yes.
25,000.
That's a mille mots.
Okay.
Yeah. This list of words is dictionary is created by, from a specialist of this guy is living in Canada. He gave me this a dictionary of and if your project help us to include this or to create or to generate this
Look,
list.
look, you tell 25,000 words
Yeah.
in Darija. What I see, I see not 25,000. I see 25,000 in Lexema in Wikidata, 25,000 words recorded in comments, 25,000 not article, a word added to Wiktionary in each of the 6 languages. So you have not 25,000. You have like you reach the limit of our project. So yes, definitively we can support this kind of project too. We are not against. But the only question is the tool that you will use, because if you take 10 years to do that, our project will finish in 2. So
how we can work together?
How we can work together? We can take a coffee in anywhere. We can talk about any tools that you need. For example, if you need support, to record voices, yes, we can do that. We can create campaigns. We have admins in many projects that can help you to do this work. Do you have an Excel sheet with these words?
Yeah.
So yes, please.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
And please.
Thank you.
Okay, my first question, I actually not sure if I didn't get it, if you mentioned that I didn't get it or you didn't mention, but I didn't get the time frame of the project. If I have like an idea, what is the time frame or the deadline of my project, so that will be accepted in your plan?
Okay, let's answer your first question. There is no deadlines. You have like 2 years to do your project.
Maximum 2 years.
Not maximum 2 years. We work 2 years. Your project maybe you have to be in this time. Yeah. So we have projects in 1 week, done 3 months, 6 months. So, for example, the Wiki collection is a project of 1 year. So we have like 2 rounds in 1 year, and we work with 1 year. So, what? Yes, the example that Adel told me about 10,000 page on Wikisource is for 8 months.
So another question, if like someone didn't get a creative idea, but when he read like the proposed ideas, he have similar one, but in her region or his region.
For example,
is it accepted?
For example,
like same ideas that already accepted in the project, but in another region with another community.
As long as you will do this project, all is accepted. So.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Rida and the team. So my question is, you mentioned that the project is for 2 years. My question is, how much time of these 2 years have already passed?
The project initially is for 3 years. 1 year is past. 2
so
years
you
remain.
have 2 years.
We have 2 years.
And I don't know about, have you explained, I came late, have you explained about the, let's say, evaluation criteria?
We have done this, right? We have done this, and all these things are on our meta page, so it's visible for everyone. But if you have some concerns, you can just reach me or the team. We can explain you. We can have even a meeting online, because for example, with Hajir, I have 2 meetings maybe, yeah, online. And 1 meeting to discuss the project. The second meeting is to introduce him a new tool that he can use to reach his number.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Amr from Wikimedia Egypt. My question is it possible for somebody or a group to make more than a project?
Yes, but before you do your second one, you have to finish the first.
Yes.
Yes, but you can do as long as you can do 1 million edit if you want.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, after we fund you. You do the funded process is we haven't talked about the funded process is divided always by two. So after the acceptance of your project, we give you the half or 30% of the amount, and when you give us the report, we give you the final amount. We don't work as a Wikimedia Foundation in this case because Wikimedia Foundation give you directly the grant, and you finish it. And you report it or not. Sometimes you don't report it.
If we need the tools and equipment like cameras, is it possible to fund us?
Definitively not. But we co-fund. Sometimes we have co-funded projects in the future, not now, with the Wikimedia Foundation. What we can do, for example, that's why we want to join Wikimedia Foundation in that. Wikimedia Foundation can fund this kind of things. So you propose your rapid grant to Wikimedia Foundation, and we take your project, both, we divide it. The things that we don't fund, the Wikimedia share will cover. The rest, it's the Million Wiki project.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
I will add something, maybe some people will have questions. As I told you before, I give you an example of the Afro Crow Plus films that we can, for example, give prize for competitions. So even if your competition is already funded by the Wikimedia Foundation, we can add a special prize from the Million project. This special prize will be related directly to the MENA region and the language that we cover. So if you have any projects like that, welcome.
We have example from أن احتفال اليوم الحادي والعشرين ويكيبيديا العربية.
We celebrate the 21st anniversary of Wikipedia in Arabic.
اقترحنا يعني أنه سنضع جائزة رمزية للأكثر المساهمات في إنشاء المقالات المتعلقة بالمينا.
We proposed a prize for the most
contribute in this
the contributor who create the most articles.
احنا الآن فقط يعني مجرد انشغال، ربما على أسبوع أو أسبوعين سنعلن الجوائز للفائزين.
We will announce our results in 1 week.
It's another question.
Yep.
You mentioned that if there already an existing contest, it's okay to be like part of it. So is it okay to be like partner with an already like event of another user group, like a common event or common funding for a specific project, you, the Million Wiki and another user group?
Absolutely. For example, we encourage a user group who had already an annual grant, for example, to contact us for more funding. If you, for example, if you need some, I don't know, like special prices, additional, we are here, so we will not say no.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the main thing is the content. Always the content.
So
Yeah.
the
MENA content. Okay.
not only the
No.
MENA content, but we have a KPI. We have to reach 1 million edit contribution, not edit contribution, in 3 years. Now in 2 years we have 2 years to do that. So if your project has a big impact in our KPIs, definitively welcome. We will love you. So thank you very much for your patience, for your questions, and see you online. And I hope your project's been realized by us.
Inshallah. Maybe because most of the Arab community is here, we can take a group photo. What do you think?
My name is Vipin. I work as a partnerships manager at the foundation, and today I'm hoping to give you an overview of the Wikipedia library. This is our agenda for the session. I hope to give you an overview of the product, how the Wikipedia library works. That's the first part, and then we will move on to partnerships, which is an essential component for this project. I want to give you a sense of how partnerships work for this project, how we go about building new partnerships. And then we will talk about some opportunities for you to collaborate with this project as an individual or as a group. And then we'll have maybe 5 to 10 minutes for questions towards the end. Now, everyone in this room would know this. Wikipedia articles must not contain original research. This is not a place, Wikipedia is not a place for you to do some research and publish your findings. Wikipedia is an encyclopedia. It's fundamentally built on research that has already been collected and organized from reliable sources. For this reason, it is critical that Wikipedia editors have access to credible, reliable sources that they can use for their research and citations on Wikipedia articles. While you do your research for Wikipedia articles, at times you may have encountered pages like this. So let's say you are working on an article about the politics in Kenya, for example, on English Wikipedia, and you want to learn more about the subject. You may encounter pages like this. So this is a book from Cambridge University Press. This is about the culture of politics in modern Kenya. Probably this book has information that's relevant for your research, and probably this has pieces of information that you would want to use as citation on the article that you're working on. But this would cost you £38, which is a lot of money in the global south. It's a lot of money in the UK, I suppose. It's £38. And this is a problem. Wikimedians are volunteering their time, and if they have to pay from their pocket to get access to these sources, that's a problem that we want to solve. And that's exactly where the Wikipedia library comes in. That's the URL. If you're not familiar, wikipedialibrary.org will take you to that page. And here we make hundreds of subscription-only paywalled databases available to you for free of cost if you are an active Wikimedian. We have a wide range of topics covered in the library. We have books and journals and research material about art, business and economics, culture, basically all sorts of things. A diverse set of content is available in the library. And the partners that we work with, the collections inside the library include international publishers of academic books, such as the Oxford University Press or Cambridge University Press, Elsevier, Brill, Wiley, Springer Nature, almost all of the top academic publishers in the world. We also have databases like JSTOR, EBSCO, Alexander Street Press, Gale, who aggregates journals and research material from different publishers. Those are also available for free in the library. And we even have newspapers and magazines and archives, such as the Wall Street Journal, the Hindu, newspapers.com, which has a lot of archives dating back to so many decades, and ProQuest, which is another aggregator of old newspaper archives. So we have a really wide range of content collections in the library. We even have video databases that Wikimedians can go through and use for their research. Well, the Wikipedia library is for Wikimedians of all backgrounds, but it's not available for everyone who's just starting to edit. This is for Wikimedians who meet a certain eligibility criteria, and the criteria is listed here. You have to have at least 500 edits on Wikimedia projects across all Wikimedia projects. It need not be Wikipedia specifically. And you should be, you should have at least 6 months of editing experience. It should be at least 6 months since you created your Wikipedia volunteer account. And you should have done 10 edits in the last 30 days, and that's how we know that this is an active editor who keeps contributing to Wikimedia projects, and you should not have any blocks on your username. So if you meet the criteria that's listed here, you will get an on-wiki notification that says, congratulations, you are now eligible for the Wikipedia library. And you can click on that link, it'll take you to the library homepage, and then you can log in and start accessing the content inside the library. The next slide is a GIF, which would show you how the login works. Oh, it started playing somewhere from the middle, so let's wait for a second. Yeah. Okay, so basically, this is inside the library. This is the Cambridge core that we were speaking about the book about modern politics in Kenya. You can search for that book. You will see the book. Click there. And as a Wikipedia library user, you will have a free access to this book. You don't have to pay 38 pounds or whatever. So this is how the library works. You can go to the URL in the previous slide and log in and try it yourself. We provide access in two ways inside the library. The first one is a proxy-based access. Everyone who has access to the Wikipedia library can just click on the Access Collection button. You will be taken to the partner publisher's website, and you can browse through their content without a paywall. So that's the first way we provide access. There are some content collections that are available on a request basis. So you will have to apply for an access, and then our team will review that request, and then we will give you next steps on how you can get access to that collection. It could be a voucher code, it could be an email, it could be any of that, but that's another way that we provide access. So there are broadly two ways in which we provide access to these collections. We also have a search mechanism in the library. So on the top of the library homepage, you can search for the topics and content that you would want to access, and we have a centralized search mechanism. It does not cover all the publisher content, but it's partially covered, so you can use a search tool as well. Now, moving on to partnerships. So this partnerships is not just another component for this project. This project is running entirely on partnerships. Without partnerships, we cannot run this project. And I want to give you an overview of how partnerships work for this project. You can see many of the world's top publishers there: Taylor & Francis, Wiley, EBSCO, American Medical Association journals, quite a few large publishers. We do not pay any of these publishers. We are not licensing their content and making it available to you. We form strategic partnerships with each of these publishers to convince them to give free access to active Wikimedians so that they can use it for their research and citations. If we have to subscribe to this content, if we have to pay for this, that would be really expensive. So what we do is we build partnerships with each of these publishers. And a good question would be, why would any publisher give free access to Wikipedians, right? What is their reason to give free access to the Wikipedia library? And we have a value proposition for them, and it's very simple. When Wikipedia editors have access to their content, that means that there would be more citations to their resources on Wikipedia, which would mean more visibility for their content among Wikipedia's editors and readers, which essentially results in additional website traffic for them. Wikipedia has about more than 1.5 billion unique visitors every month, and for a publisher, that's a considerable amount of website traffic that they can get if they have good citations on Wikipedia. So that's the primary reason that publishers would want to work with us and make their content available for Wikimedians for free of cost. Although this is the core factor of the value proposition, the conversation is not always that straightforward. We'll have to talk to the publishers and understand what are the organizational priorities for them, and sometimes work with them for their own specific and contextual benefits. We have worked with, when we work with, let's say, someone who is publishing books, maybe we'll highlight campaigns like Every Book Its Reader, which is specifically about writing articles about books and authors. So publishers sort of find it relevant when they have when there are Wikipedia activities and campaigns that are more relatable to them. So we usually go with something that's more, something that they can connect with, something that's more relatable to these publishers. And we often go beyond the Wikipedia library with these publishers in terms of partnerships as well. We have worked on various things. We have worked on research that we supported for Taylor and Francis. We have spoken about WikiLearn course that some of these partners can host. So we often go beyond the library access with these publishers. And that's not all. We also have a values proposition with the partners. We tell them that you can get additional citations and additional website traffic, but we also make them understand why is it important to support Wikipedia. Wikipedia is often referred to as the last best place on the internet. We tell them how we are fostering knowledge in more than 320 languages, making knowledge freely available for people across the world directly through people who reuse our content. We also tell how our movement is striving for knowledge equity and combating misinformation and disinformation on the internet. So it's important that we make them understand, what the movement stands for, what Wikipedia is. So that's another reason that publishers want to support us with this project. Usually these partnerships take a lot of time. On an average, we see it takes about 3 to 6 months to get one new content collection added to the library. Sometimes it takes more than a year. And that's because it involves a lot of steps in these conversations. It starts with finding the right contacts at these partner organizations. It involves giving them demonstrations about how the library works, how we have checks and balances in place that no one else is abusing this access. We sometimes will have to write or sign legal agreements or memorandum of understanding with these partners. So it takes a fair bit of time to get new partners added to the library, but we are always working on that. And these are some of the recently added content collections in the Wikipedia library. We have Arcanum, which is a database with a lot of content relevant for the CEE region. We have the Wall Street Journal, which is available in Japanese, Chinese, which is simplified, and traditional, both Chinese versions. We have University Press of Mississippi, which is available via JSTOR. The Hindu, which is a prominent Indian news publication. We have the Africa Report and Africa Intelligence, which is covering a lot of content about the African continent. Emerald, Barron's, Eastview Press, which has a lot of content about the former Soviet Union and China. So that's another very interesting resource. Hindu Tamil is the Tamil edition, which has an independent editorial. Okay. Some of these publications useful for you. The Wall Street Journal, for example, has given us some of these publications useful for you. The Wall Street Journal, for example, has given us about 500 accesses. So, about 400 or so are still available. So please do apply for access and make use of it. These are the current priorities that we have for the Wikipedia library team. We want to continue expanding content collections based on the requests from the community. There is a big list of suggestions from the community, so we are always working on building new partnerships. That's the priority number 1. We are actively trying to diversify the content in the library. We want to improve language representation. Today, most of the content is from North America, Europe regions, and in English. So we want to change that. We want to seek partners from outside those regions. We are also trying to improve the Wiki meta information about the Wikipedia library, so people can easily find relevant information about the library. They understand how it works. So at this point, it's not a great experience for someone who is looking through information about the library on Meta. So we want to revamp that and make it easily accessible. And we also want to continue building more awareness about the library. Every conference that I go to, every couple of months, we'll have people who heard about the library for the first time, although they're an active Wikimedian. So we want to change that. We want to build awareness. We want to let everyone know that these resources are available for them. They can make use of it. And this is a new feature that the growth product team at the Wikimedia Foundation is building. This is another thing that could really improve the adoption and visibility of the library. So there is a progression path as someone starts editing or contributing to Wikimedia projects. They will see certain milestones, projects, and in the advanced stage, one of the milestone is getting access to the Wikipedia library when they complete 500 edits. 10 edits in the last 30 days and 6 months of editing. So we hope that as people start contributing, they'll know that if they reach this stage, they will have access to all these wonderful books. Please let us know. Please send us an Wikimedia work. We'll be, trying to attend as many conferences. We'll be, trying to attend as many conferences as well. So I'll be attending the CEE conference in September. So we hope to do like a detailed demonstration there to understand how they can use the library. And finally, you can work with us. As an affiliate or user group to develop a strategy. That's contextual for your region or your thematic area. We've been doing this for region or your thematic area. We've been doing this for so many years with Wikimedia Deutschland, and that's such a success story. We have built so many new partnerships, De Gruyter or Mohsebeg, Dunker and Humblot, quite a few large publishers were sort of onboarded into the library in partnership with Wikimedia Deutschland. We have monthly check-in calls. We try to understand what the community needs in Deutschland. We have monthly check-in calls. We try to understand what the community needs in that region. So a lot of German publications have been added, working with Wikimedia Deutschland. And recently we've been working with Wikimedia Hungary, Wikimedia Romania, and we are actively working with Wikimedians in Malta to add content that's useful for them. So if you want to build a strategy to add content from your region, from your thematic area, please get in touch with us and we'll be happy to work with you on that. And that's all. My colleague Sam Walton is also here, who is leading the product side of things for the Wikipedia library. So if you have any questions, the both of us can answer that. So yeah.
Thank you. Hi. Firstly, love your work. Use the Wikipedia library constantly. It's extremely useful. Really appreciate your hard work.
Thank you.
What I wanted to ask about is that a lot of the academic publishers that you have partnerships with only provide limited access to some of their publications. Like I think Cambridge Core only provides access to their journals, but not their books. And it's similar for Bio One, but that's one you have to request access to. I was just wondering, is that something that there is interest in expanding access to, or is that just kind of a hard limit that you have with these publishers? I'm sure the negotiations are very difficult.
Yeah, so that's a very good observation. Just to clarify, we do not have access to all the content from these publishers. Sometimes these are partial access, sometimes it's only journals, not books, and that's true. We are always trying to expand the access. We have done quite a lot of access expansions in the last couple of years, and the reason is that sometimes the publishers have limitations in taking a decision in these things. When sometimes the publishers will need to have an approval from the authors if they have to give access to books, for example. So that is the reason it's a little bit slow, but we have made a lot of progress in the last few months. Taylor and Francis, at some point opened access to a lot of additional journals for us. The number one suggestion on the suggest page is books from JSTOR, which we don't have access to currently. So we are trying to get that. The way that we are going about that now is going to each of the publishers who that JSTOR is aggregating. We go to the publishers and tell them to tell JSTOR to give us access, which is successful. So the University Press of Mississippi just opened access to their books via JSTOR. So it's work in progress. It's possible, but consumes time. Yeah.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Mirnei from Slovenia. Just as a curiosity, so these arrangements that you're making with publishers, they resemble sponsorship a bit, let's say.
Yeah.
But some publishers have controversies surrounding them. I won't name names, but and in Wikipedia, as we cover this stuff, So do you get maybe some pushback from publishers because of this?
Not really. So what? I mean, one thing that I want to clarify, just for clarity, the Wikipedia library is not really an encouragement to use paywalled resources. Never. So what we are trying to do is giving you access to all the material, so you can decide which are the links and citations that you need to use. And as you rightly said, there are controversies with some publishers, and at times we get emails from publishers asking, if we can point them to someone to fix something about an outdated article or something like that, which we don't do, and we tell that there is a process in the community. You can go, comment about that on the talk page, and there is a whole process around that. But yeah, we don't have any pushbacks as such. But at the same time, it's really a lot of it's really difficult to convince these partners to work with us. It takes a lot of time. Most of them are for-profit publishers, so they really look for a return on investment. So it's not really easy to paint a picture that's appealing to them in that sense. But yeah, we have more than 100 publishers now, so we are somewhat successful. Yes, Martin.
Yeah, hi, Martin, Wikimedia Deutschland. The German community is really happy about that. We always see these in our surveys for our communities: highest awareness, very high use, and they love it. And of course, we try to support them. The best way is, you mentioned some ways how affiliates can do that, especially when it's not very clear what is actually accessible. We have an extra table for our community where they can see which publishers they can reach for what topic and what you can find there. That's one way to target that. The other one is using the search. I think that was mentioned by you, which is also very helpful. So when we talk to our community members, some say, I exactly know where to go thanks to browsing through the Wikipedia library or table, or just using the search function. Of course, not all publishers are indexed there, but for first, like literature research, can be very helpful. That's one good thing, and I think as well the newsletter that is shared every few months to the community. We also help our help translating that into our local language, so that our community can make even more use of this instead of just having that in English language. So if you're interested in the newsletter, translating in the newsletter is also a good way to participate.
Yeah, thank you, Martin. Yes, those are really important points. We have an on-wiki newsletter called Books and Bytes. So you can subscribe to that and get updates about the Wikipedia library, new partner collections as well. And we do a quarterly diff post as well, just broadly sharing what's new with the library. So we sort of publish that on the start of every new quarter. So watch out for that too. Yes.
Hi, I'm Sae. Do you have detailed statistics about which database or collection is popular among Wikimedians?
Yes, we have a tool where we sort of see how the Wikipedia library is being used and how citations are taking place. And we do have some statistics about what are the most used, especially for the proxy-based partners. We can see how that's being used. And I would say JSTOR is probably the one that's being used quite a lot, and newspapers.com is another very popular one. So yeah, we do have some statistics indicating that.
So where can we see the statistics? Do you have links or?
What I could do is I could add that to the end of this slide, so you can go check it afterwards. There is a link. The tool is currently undergoing some maintenance, so maybe for the next couple of weeks you may not get the details, but there is a tool, and we will add that to the slide, so you can go and check afterwards.
Thank you very much.
Okay. I think we are at the end of time. Any final questions? All right. Thank you. Thanks for being here.
I did have a question. Within JSTOR, there is something called Reveal Digital, which is a collection specifically of independent, divergent, dissenting voices, such as an archive of underground newspapers. Have we discussed with JSTOR getting access to the Reveal Digital collections?
Not specifically. We've been speaking to JSTOR to expand the access, but not specifically about that collection. I can keep that in mind.
When we're talking, our theme here is diversity, and they have everything from hippie dip newspapers of my day to a collection of white supremacist publications.
Right. Yeah, sure. I can keep that in mind when I talk to JSTOR next and try to see how I can add to the library. Thank you.
Yeah. So she's not coming, Ruby's not coming.
All guys going to speak in Spanish. I'm going to do consecutive interpretation for her because I'm not sure how the interpretation works. That's all I want. Is that okay?
Okay. All right. Nate. I'm the Regional Partnership Manager for Sub-Saharan Africa. And our topic for today is information integrity on climate change, how Wikipedia and open knowledge can shape the climate conversation. To begin our conversation today, we're going to have a panel, and I'd like to invite my panel to the stage. Please join me here. my very well and able panel. Okay. All right. So before we begin, I would just like to invite my panel to introduce themselves. Tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do. Starting from you, Faye.
Hello. There we go. Hi, everyone. I'm Faye Holder. I work at Influence Map, which is a think tank that's based in London but has global offices. And what we do is we track and analyze how companies and industry associations engage with climate policy. So what that means is that we look at basically how they talk about climate change and what they tell policymakers that policy should be, how that aligns with the science, things like that. And then what we do is we create an online database that's freely accessible so people can basically go and kind of check what these companies are saying, if it is aligned with the science, and get a sense of which companies are pushing policy action forward and which are trying to pull it back. I'm also here today on behalf of Climate Action Against Disinformation, which is a global coalition of, I think it's around over 90 organizations now who are all kind of working around this topic of information integrity and trying to fight climate disinformation. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay, good morning. My name is Eric Maina. I'm here on behalf of Code for Africa, which is a network of the biggest and largest network of civic technology labs for civic technology and data lab across Africa. And I lead the data lab team for Code for Africa, which is a research and development team of data scientists and data analysts and data journalists. Our goal is to transform raw information or unstructured information and data into actionable data apps and insights for an empowered population across the continent. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Evelyn Heidel. I'm the program director at Wikimedias de Uruguay. And Wikimedias de Uruguay is part of the working group on climate justice and Wikimedia projects, which is mainly I will say a Latin American initiative by affiliates from Latin America that includes Uruguay, Argentina, Chile, Colombia, Peru, and Bolivia. And we are also part of the climate action against disinformation as the working group, as part of the coalition. Although I'm not going to speak in behalf of CAD because I wouldn't dare to do so, but that's kind of the context.
Hola. Soy Olga, parte de Wikimedistas de Bolivia, un grupo de usuarios que es parte de la red de justicia climática y proyectos Wikimedia y que ha sido parte de las últimas campañas relativas a mejorar estos contenidos sobre nuestra región y trabajamos principalmente para incluir las voces de todas las naciones de mi país en estas iniciativas.
So she's Olga, she's part of Wikimedistas de Bolivia. Wikimedistas de Bolivia is also part of the working group on climate justice and Wikimedia projects. And their main focus, like they've been working on the campaign for the last few years, on the Wiki for Human Rights campaign, which we'll talk a little bit about later. And their main focus has been to bring the different perspectives of the different nations that are part of Bolivia.
Hello, everyone. I'm Alicia Olago. I'm an environmental scientist, and I work for Code for Africa, just like Eric here on the panel. And I lead the Census Africa initiative. I'm the senior product manager of that initiative. And it's really a citizen science initiative where there's hardware engineers and technologists who develop low-cost sensors for environmental monitoring. And this is just for us to have actionable information on environmental pollution across the African continent. And our data is mostly used by journalists, academics, and researchers. Aside from Census Africa, we do have an initiative within Code for Africa known as SpeciCheck, and they do a lot of work on investigative analysis on climate misinformation and disinformation. Thank you.
Hello, Zuf Lawan. I'm Mohammed Amin Bellulu. I'm coordinator for Wiki Climate Change, which is part of Wiki Human Rights Global Campaign in the Maghreb region. Also a member of Wikimedia Algeria. The last 2 years as coordinator, we want to work how to improve environmental content through Wikimedia project has related in the Maghreb region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to provide a little bit of background and context about this particular session, I'd like to read something small to provide more context on what we'll be discussing. So we're in an age where rapid information dissemination and pervasive disinformation is paramount. And for that reason, it's important that information integrity on climate is looked at with a critical lens. This panel will be exploring the intersection between Wikimedia organizers, the tactics they use, and the critical concept of information integrity on climate change, the precision, consistency, and reliability of climate change content. We will delve into the Wikimedia movement, what we've been working on knowledge gaps around climate and topics for impact, and how this can be translated into international conversations. So to begin the conversations, I'd like to maybe start with our Wikimedia folks. So Ben and Olga, we've been organizing Wiki for Human Rights for quite a bit now. Can you tell me a little bit about what that has been for your communities or your region, what impact is created, and what are some of the challenges or lessons you've learned from that?
Okay, as a coordinator for climate change in the Maghreb region, I got the opportunity to directly observe how information and multi-language improve the content in environmental content through Wikimedia project. The first beginning, we can say a challenge because Wiki for Climate Change in the Maghreb region, it was the first campaign that united all Wikimedian in the North Africa, in the Maghreb, which was like a big challenge how to encompass all them to be a part of the campaign and to convince them that we have a gap content, environmental content in Wikimedia project about environmental challenges like water diversity and also big challenges environmental, which was same time as motivation to involve and work in that and fill that gap. And also we want also how the most challenges how we can do it in underrepresented languages, it's like Tamazight, and we also how to highlight that issue with underrepresented people, to be direct with them. So it was like a challenge and a positive and negative impact at the same time.
So before you pass on the mic to Olga, I just want to delve a little bit into some of the work that you did over there. So what would be one of the key opportunities this campaign created for your communities in your own context? What would be one of the key opportunities this created? So after you ran the campaign, what did it do for your community?
Actually, we want to give a voice to all the people and to be open, not just for Wikimedian, for all the people. I give you example, like organize some webinars to other people to hear the voice, to hear what they say concerning environmental challenges, and also big opportunity who is building to be a bridge, to be how to build communities through the campaign, and we highlight those issues because the climate change are human, we are the first be impact about these challenges. So to build is building communities and giving a voice for the people to hear from them directly.
Okay, Olga.
En mi país creo que una de las cosas que fue más positiva fue que la comunidad pudo desarrollar mejor sus habilidades de comunicación intercultural. Muchos voluntarios se animaron a ser más creativos para diseñar maneras en que podamos hacer partícipes a las comunidades indígenas en la construcción del conocimiento libre.
So in my country, I think one of the positive aspects of the campaign has been that it allowed our community of volunteers to actually develop more skills and also being more able to be more creative around intercultural communication with other communities, for example, indigenous communities.
También tuvimos que equilibrar un poco la manera de pensar la campaña para incluir lo que era importante y lo urgente para las comunidades que están siendo afectadas por el cambio climático en sus propios territorios.
And I think that one of the biggest challenges for us was that we needed to actually balance what was more urgent and important for the communities that we were working on that are more affected and impacted by climate change.
En eso, al construir estas nuevas dinámicas, notamos que teníamos algunos impactos que no habíamos esperado en las capacitaciones y las dinámicas para participar. Las comunidades indígenas desarrollaron algunas habilidades que no habíamos previsto, como la de exigir cierto nivel de precisión en la información que el gobierno les ofrece para tomar decisiones acerca del uso de sus tierras.
So the campaign actually had some unintended impacts or unintended consequences. That was while we were doing the trainings, the indigenous communities that were being part of those trainings actually developed a lot of abilities and requests to actually petition to the government more information about how the lands were being used.
Creo que eso fue como lo más agradable porque la información que se manejaba para tomar decisiones sobre las tierras que están siendo afectadas eran parciales y en muchos casos deliberadamente manejadas de manera parcial.
And so these indigenous communities asked for more precision from the government on the information that was being shared, because in many cases, some of these decisions were made based on partial information, not full information, and they wanted to have better information about the decisions that were being made on their lands. Do you want to say, ¿querés decir las comunidades con las que trabajaron?
En mi país trabajamos con 3 comunidades indígenas principalmente en la Amazonía, en el Chaco y la Chiquitanía, que son el pueblo Tacana, el pueblo mojeño trinitario y la asamblea del pueblo guaraní. Y en todos los casos se trabajó con las organizaciones indígenas locales, o sea, se tuvo que dialogar durante largos periodos para poder entrar al territorio y construir un programa, una planificación participativa.
So they worked in the Bolivian Amazon, from Bolivia. They work in the Chiquitanía and Chaco departments, and they work with the Tacana peoples and Mojeño and the Guarani Assembly. And so in most of these cases, they had to negotiate with the community leaders, the community organizations inside the land to actually be able to give these trainings.
Thank you very much, Olga. Ruby, you just joined us, but I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit. I want you to tell, since we're in Africa, I want you to tell us a little bit about the impact of the overview of the impact of the campaign in Africa and what were some of your challenges. Please introduce yourself first.
Okay, my name is Ruby from Ghana, and I'm also the regional coordinator for the Wiki for Human Rights campaign in Ghana. And one of the main roles I've been playing on the continent is working with organizers. I think initially when I joined the campaign, a lot of organizers don't have the environmental background. So one of the things that I played an instrumental role is helping them to understand that you don't have to be an expert in environmental topic or climate change topic to organize around it. And also working with organization, expert groups like Wiki for Human Rights institutions, climate change institution, activists, youth who are very passionate about these topics is one way that we can facilitate that impact and knowledge sharing on Wikimedia platform. Over the years, there's been so much that has been achieved on the continent.
We've seen more than thousands, even globally, there's been about 12,000 articles that have emerged from this campaign. But again, Africans have a lot of languages. So one of the challenges that we see is translating climate change information into local language is kind of a challenge with some of the vocabularies. And most of them we have to paraphrase and try to write in a certain way because we don't have the technical terms in the indigenous language. So that is also one of the things that we saw as a challenge. Yeah.
Okay. So why do you think it's even important for Africans to consider this? And what motivated you to even start this coordination for Wiki for Human Rights on the continent?
Yeah, one of the things that we've also seen is the great momentum and interest in the topic, especially in Africa, because I think Africa has been one of the continents which have been most impacted by the climate change information. There are lots of youth who are advocating for their right, they are voicing out, all of their concerns, and we try to channel them to do that through Wikimedia Project because our platforms are also global and are accessible by a lot of people in different languages. So it's also a very good place to channel our concerns, our impacts, and what is affecting us. And I think it's really important that we do this, especially for a platform that we can translate the same information in multiple languages. It's a way that our knowledge can also be accessed by people in other continents, in other regions to learn about us.
But even more importantly, our people to be able to understand climate information in their own language.
Yes, and also one of the things that I think one collaboration was with the CDKN. CDKN does knowledge broking a lot. So in Ghana, CDKN, we did a collaboration with CDKN, and I think that we sort of have similar goal because the knowledge of climate change usually sits in our shelves. They are very technical, and the ordinary person is not interested. And that's the challenge we see. Nobody's going to the research platforms, unless you are into that. For instance, I'm a PhD student. Prior to that, I'm not even looking for information about climate change in the shelves or ResearchGate, but because now I'm a student, I'm using those platforms. I've been introduced to those platforms. So you think of it, the ordinary person is not using those platforms. So how do we bring those information in a simpler form? Wikipedia is the one that is doing that in more easy way to understand by the ordinary person. So I think there's a lot of impact that we can channel through Wikipedia. And also in terms of pictures, visuals, images, the youth are very passionate about that. And also I'll speak for Ghana because I work with them closely. The CSO spaces, there are so many of them into climate change. And so the Wikimedia community organizing Wiki for Human Rights, bring them along through Wiki Green conferences and also through editathons, trying to give them the skill to be able to channel some of their impact through Wikimedia projects like pictures and articles. Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much. So, Evelyn, let me come to you. When you introduced yourself, you said you were part of a working group in the Latin American and the Caribbean region. Can you tell us what this working group is about and how it evolved?
Yeah, so I think that our case is interesting because the same way that Ben was saying that in their case it helped unite the Maghreb region, I think that we also saw a lot of momentum for the Latin American affiliates to actually try to get around this topic. And so what initially started with a small collaboration between Argentina and Uruguay then went into something larger involving other countries from the Latin American region. And I think that there was, what we saw was that there was a lot of momentum for the topic. What we were seeing is that, unlike other topics, we were seeing young people coming in, we were seeing a lot of interest from partnerships, different strategic partnerships in us working on this topic. But we also saw some of the most important things that Olga, Ruby, and Ben have said, the impact that this has on some of the communities that are less represented, like indigenous languages, like local languages, that are the ones that suffer the most the impacts of climate change and environmental issues, but have the less access to information resources. So that was one of the main things that it was like crystal clear. We saw energy, we saw youth, we saw impact, and we also saw partnerships. And in doing that, we also saw partnerships with, for example, UNEP, Latin America, and we are very happy to have someone from UNEP also in the audience today, and for their support during the pre-conference on information integrity on climate change. We also saw some support from Climate Development Knowledge Network, which was the organization that Ruby just mentioned, and other organizations working globally or even like regionally in Latin America. For example, this year we did something with Friedrich Ebert Stiftung, which is an organization from Germany that works a lot in Latin America. And so what we're seeing is like very important partnerships that in part are turning into us as Wikimania organizers, because we are now the good like space in the internet, and so they are very concerned about what's happening with artificial intelligence. They are very concerned about how mis and disinformation is spreading across tech platforms, across social media, and so they see us as a better partner to like treat these issues with reliability, with responsibility, and with precision and viability. And so I think that like a lot of like the institutional organizing around the climate justice and work and Wikimania projects, like the working group, has had to do to both like seeing the impact and also seeing the demand. And so it was like the match made in heaven, so to speak. And in like thinking through like some of the goals or things that we want to achieve, we also think that like it's super important that we actually strengthen the South-South collaboration, and like that has been the main excuse also for us to be in Nairobi. I mean, aside from like Wikimania, like which is in itself like a great thing, right? But like we actually want to work more with African organizers because we know that like this topic is particularly acute in Africa, in Latin America, and Southeast Asia. Like we are part of the communities that are gonna be the most affected by climate change. So we actually need to bring our own voice, bring our voice to the table from our perspectives too as well. And so like that's part of what we want to do here.
Yeah, thank you all for sharing this. I started with the Wikipedia folks just to lay the groundwork for you to understand the impact that this campaign has created for our communities in the LATAM region as well as in the African region. As you can see, they've mentioned things like unity, the emanation of the working group, and what have you. But then today, misinformation and disinformation is something that climate is facing on a daily basis. Information integrity is so important, but then a lot of the times, the ideas of trying to create information in a way that is meaningful and is impactful and in a way that is credible is hard to come by. And so, Faye, I want you to tell me a little bit about what this concept of information integrity is, right? Hearing the impacts that this campaign has created for our communities, what would you say that information integrity is, and why is it important for us to even consider as the Wikimedia movement?
Thanks. Sorry, got a bit of a cold. I'm going to start maybe a few steps back and talk about where information integrity kind of came from as well, as far as I understand it. So I've been a member of CAD for a couple years, and at Influence Map, we've been working on this, I think, since around 2020. And at that time, we didn't really have the language of information integrity. Instead, what we were trying to do then is actually define what we were seeing in kind of the actors that we look at and the sort of misleading narratives and the kind of false information that was coming out. And so we came up with this term around climate disinformation to really explain what that was. And we put a lot of work as a community getting out definitions and kind of raising attention to the issue. And that's what we used for a couple years. And I think now that's pretty decently understood. But the issue with something just focusing on climate disinformation is that it gives you something to fight against, but really all you're trying to do is get rid of something negative, but it doesn't give you something to build towards. And so that's where information integrity started to come in as that kind of positive thing that we want to aim for. And not just in the climate space, but across a whole host of topics. There's people kind of now acting around this. So CAD, as a group, worked closely with the UN's office to kind of write down what information integrity meant for different actors. So that's things like for platforms, it means a different kind of set of actions than it does for researchers and for governments. And that's all kind of written down and sort of codified under a document that's called the Global Principles for Information Integrity. So I suggest everyone has a look at that if you're interested. But for things like researchers, it's like pushing for transparency and continuing to document the things that we see, as well as bring around more accurate and credible information in a way that's understandable to different audiences. So that's a little bit in terms of, I guess, the background. Your question was around then how do we sort of use this going forward? I would say if you're not already, I would kind of tap into that language of information integrity. What you do at Wikipedia especially is bringing credible information to people. So you're well kind of part of this movement, even if you've maybe conceptualized yourself as part of it or not. There's also, as part of this, I would be remiss not to mention, there is an initiative at the moment called the Global Initiative on Information Integrity on Climate Change. It's a bit of a mouthful, but it's the Brazilian government, UNESCO, and the UN are asking for organizations to submit initiatives that they are working on to improve information integrity on climate change. And the idea behind that is to kind of bring together what everyone around the world is doing and really bring attention to it at COP, but also going forward. It's then around kind of how do we fund these, how do we keep this going, and how do we really build a bigger network. So I would kind of look into the language of this. You're already doing it, and really try to tap into it and make the most of the work you guys are already doing.
Thank you very much for sharing that, Faye. So Alicia, you work for Code for Africa, and your organization has been doing significant work on climate data census, disinformation for quite a long time. How do you see the evolution of the conversation into the framing principles of information integrity? And why do you think this is important for open knowledge practitioners such as yourselves and the Wikimedia movement?
Okay, how do I see the evolution, right? I think I can just begin by giving examples of how I'm seeing that happening within one Wikimedia, as well as an organization such as ours, Code for Africa, that really pushes the agenda for open knowledge and open data, right? This can really be done by, I would say, for us to build that kind of societal trust among the citizens and among the community. It would be the use of open data and using citizen science to then collect that data as well. And that's already happening in Wikimedia, right? We have the volunteers who are doing that. But as much as that's happening, Ruby has just shared to us that there are specific challenges that they are experiencing, which might also be affecting, of course, the quality of the data. And then that goes to the conversation of us building the capacity of communities on the ground as well as media, right? So public empowerment is a really big thing that we need to do to build that societal trust as well. We need to make sure that the public can actually identify these issues of mis and disinformation. Aside from that, we need to have community fact-checking networks. And Code for Africa actually does a lot of that within the African continent. But I think there's a push for us to have more of that. We need to train people on using the forensic analysis tools so that they can identify all these issues. And indigenous knowledge, I think I speak about this a lot, traditional knowledge and indigenous knowledge. Again, I'm going to come back to Ruby, and Ben also mentioned the same thing, looking at how do we translate the climate science conversation to a language that I can consume, or someone in a very remote village can be able to understand what you mean by loss and damage, for example. It's a very, very big problem that's going on right now. And I think there would be a lot of benefit in us finding ways to integrate indigenous knowledge and also just the oral stories around climate adaptation, climate science within the scientific community. Find a way for us to have those two merge together, because the communities on the ground, they already have a lot of trust on whoever is a local champion on the ground that has been pushing the agenda for them in terms of this is what we're going to do for our farming practices, this is how we are adapting. this is what this means in the science space according to our language. So if those specific individuals are brought on board and allowed to also vocalize these conversations, we give them the voice, and we also have the community feeling that they have a sense of belonging and they are part of that climate conversation moving forward.
Eric, I want you to tell me a little bit about the info integrity ecosystem, right? And the role of emerging technologies like AI, how they contribute into this ecosystem.
Thank you. So, as I have been listening to what other panelists are saying, I'm noticing like actually some of the challenges being experienced in the information ecosystem is not entirely anything new or anything different from different sections, because as Ruby mentioned, we have noticed some gaps, including like content not being available in underserved or low resource languages, as well as challenges using machine translation, indigenous knowledge, as Alicia mentioned. And from where we stand, we do have like a very big network of fact-checking network, and debunking myths and on climate information and other types of information. But beyond that, we've gone deeper at another level to analyze how these, how this is coming, is coming up. And what we've seen right now, climate misinformation in Africa, it exploits these gaps. It exploits like these language gaps. Also the offline information flow from online sources to offline sources through intermediaries, as we call them. That's like religious leaders, community leaders, and also the fact that we do have slow fact-checking. So where we've seen many countries in Africa, some of them have ramped up their fact-checking networks, but some of them are quite low on that. So all these gaps is an opportunity for other different actors to come and plug themselves into the agenda of misinformation. And we've seen these being coordinated as like as a business, where misinformation is actually a very big business globally. And funny enough is a lot of misinformation being kind of pushed even in African context doesn't originate from Africa or from the global south. It's coordinated efforts and actors from the global north. We've seen a lot, of that coming from the US and the UK. And before I actually maybe dive into what the role of both existing and emerging technologies play on these, it's important to kind of at least mention some of the gaps that that we've seen. And I mentioned that we've done some bit of analysis through one of our initiatives called iLab, which analyzes using big data on the information ecosystem. And several critical gaps have emerged, and one of them being like language and access gaps, as Ruby mentioned, where many African languages lack the quality climate content, and which create kind of a space for misinformation through those underserved languages. And I mentioned also about like limited fact-checking coverage and capacity, and where we've seen a lot of climate misinformation and disinformation slipping through this crack, because there's a lot of focus, or there was and is a lot of focus on political and election content getting more attention. And we've seen cases where, like in the southern of Africa, where we've done like an extensive analysis on that, climate coverage covers less than 2% of all online news in South Africa. So there's quite limited content on that. And then again comes the issue of these coordinated and automated bots networks for campaigns. And unfortunately, like the existing technology right now, so there's slow detection on those coordinated misinformation campaigns. So there's that slow coordinated effort, detection of coordinated misinformation campaigns, where we've seen like right-wing networks, pushing these climate denial narratives to millions of people before we even detect them. I think finally on that, one of the challenges is climate content on open knowledge platforms, including like open data and other open knowledge platform, isn't always updated fast enough, to keep up with these, to keep up with the pace of, these bots or these automated networks. And from that, we've checked out a couple of opportunities on that. And unfortunately, I remember Evelyn mentioning that, sometimes machine translation is, it lacks a lot of nuances, right? But then again, we have to look forward thinking, we have to look for ways where humans and machines can collaborate on that, on, AI, AI translation models trained on, climate lexicon or climate terms to, auto-translate even like Wikimedia and climate articles in underserved African languages. And beyond that beyond that machine translation, that's where you pair up, like the AI-generated drafts with actual local Wikimedian experts and editors, just to maintain that accuracy and cultural relevance, right? So there's a lot of needs to be done on the human-machine collaboration, just beyond the normal human-machine interaction. So these more collaborating with the robots. Yeah, we have to. So we've seen, we've also seen like how AI excels super well. AI excels super well in network analysis and pattern recognition. When you analyze, the post patterns and user interaction and also amplification channels, because we've seen a lot where disinformation is flowing from online sources to, to offline sources through radios and all of that, through intermediaries. And unfortunately, some of that is not caught or entirely caught or even caught early enough. So training models to detect like these patterns of coordinated flooding, like those we've seen in the Southern African information ecosystem. So fortunately, we've done a bit of that using open source intelligence, OSINT, and also a bit of graph neural networks. And we've successfully mapped, using some tools called GEFI, we've successfully mapped those networks, and we've seen they operate in a very coordinated manner, almost like a business or mafia-like manner. So training this model to, for network analysis, it's one of the, opportunities that we can fight or we can safeguard the information system, at scale. Finally, human oversight is essential for sure. So AI should not be used to, on its own. It should be used to augment but not replace. So having that editorial judgment, with the Wikimedians and other experts is key, and that brings us to tech not working in isolation. So it's tech, people, and partnerships just to build that resilient climate knowledge. And on one end, we see where AI is providing us with the speed and scale, as well as multilingual capacity. And then on the other end, where we have the community, like Wikimedia community, we have the context, the cultural context, local context and trust. We have local expertise, as well as verification standards. And finally, all of these for collective intelligence and working together, we have partners, fact-checking alliances, UN agencies, as well as other civil society actors on that. So it's really not a technology, kind of driven agenda per se, but also human technology and our community in this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So for the past 3 to 4 days, we've been having these discussions and talking about the framework of climate information integrity. We had a pre-conference activity where we delved much into this. We went further to the UNEP office to have a discussion on the topic. And yesterday, we even had further conversations about how we evolve this with the Wiki for Human Rights. I just want to throw this out to you guys. What was the biggest takeaway in all of these conversations in the past 3 to 4 days? Anyone can take this. I'm not calling anyone specifically.
I guess I can start. I think that the most important thing is that we're actually talking about the topic. Like that's like the big thing. Like I think the big win is like we had it on August 5th. I don't remember what day it was now, but like I think it was Tuesday. We had our pre-conference on information integrity on climate change. We did like this activity at UNEP's office where we had this panel. I think that the main thing that we're also seeing is like in certain contexts, talking about Wiki for human rights might be dangerous to people. So the main thing that we need to do is ensure the safety of our volunteers, movement, and contributors. So it's very important that we understand what are the best ways to contextualize locally the way in which we are running this initiative. So, and also make it more transparent and clear for partners. And we're looking forward to work with our partners on this. I think that the information integrity provides a good framework, but I think that this also needs to be better communicated to the Wikimedia movement, and we better need to understand how the information integrity principles connect with the actions that we're already doing on the ground. That's a super important thing. And we also need to have, also understand our size, right? Like all the things that Eric was mentioning around bot farms, around like misinformation and disinformation being produced in the US and the UK, like Wikipedia won't be able to solve all these problems. It won't be also able to solve all these problems alone. Like the Wikimedia projects have a lot of visibility, but we're still a small community, and particularly a small community in comparison to the challenge that lies ahead. And we cannot do this alone. And like I think this is like also the other important aspect of what we need to understand. We need partners on this, and we also need resources, and we also need more support and infrastructure for doing this work, because otherwise we're like fighting a very big fight with really small tools. And in that sense, I know, like I think that we have this challenge of like information is not being updated fast enough, but I also want to caution against like adopting extractive visions on how this should be done, right? Because like the idea is not like, oh, let's go to like indigenous communities and then like put their stuff on the internet and then like we'll improve our machine translation tools, right? Like that would be a very extractivist view of seeing this conversation. Like the main thing that we want to do is like have care for these communities and actually like agency and empowerment and like a lot of those things. And I think that Wikimedia projects are a great platform for doing that. And I also want to mention a last thing is like the why this framework is so important. Why it's so important that we're having this conversation about information integrity on climate change. So recently, the International Panel on Information about the Environment, the IPE, launched a report where they did a systematic analysis review of information integrity on climate change across different platforms. And so those reports are telling about some of the global inequities that still happen when it comes to information about climate change and environmental issues. Only one study, so they did a review of 300 papers, and only one study was actually made in Africa, cross-continent with other African countries. That's a problem. Like most of the research is done in the US and in Europe. We don't have research coming out from our countries on what's happening in our context. And most of the research is also done in social media platforms, particularly Twitter. And as Eric was saying, that's a problem. Our communities don't necessarily use Twitter or social media platforms. They use a lot of WhatsApp, they use a lot of Telegram, they are using a lot of social messaging apps, and they are using a lot of radio, and they are using a lot of TV. And so we need to understand those media as well. And we also need to look at what's happening at Wikipedia as a counterexample of some of those things. And so the IP report, in a way, like is signaling like what are all the challenges. And I think that like after the diagnosis stage comes the action stage. What are the things that we can actually do on the ground from the policy level? And that's also part of why we are part of CAD, from the action level. And that's like what we do with the Wiki for Human Rights campaign / Wiki for Climate. And then from the partnerships and strategic level.
So in the interest of time, I'm going to skip this question. I have one more question for you so we can make time for the audience to ask questions. For your parting shots, in just 1 minute. 1 minute. Why do you think it is important for Wikimedia, for the Wikimedia movement to have a presence in this discussion? For the CSOs that are here, I'd like you to talk from your angle, whilst the Wikimedians speak from the Wikimedian angle. Anyone can start. Just 1 minute. Okay, CSOs first, maybe.
I believe because we are involved in Wikimedia, So I believe Wikimedia project have the experience in collaborative projects, also transparency, very valuable information, has strict policy concerning how to to put information out, be verified, and all this. So Wikimedia platform, it will be a perfect platforms to start and also highlight the main subject concerning climate change. So yeah.
I think it's important because open knowledge is basically free knowledge, right? So it's accessible to everyone and anyone, which means that if I am allowing anyone to consume that information, it better be factual, right? So for me, that's one of the most important things. And I think another big thing still goes to the side of the media, which sometimes we forget. They have the highest listeners, like she has just talked about. And I think they are another group that we really need to work on. And for that, everybody who is here needs to actually engage them more. In fact, the next time when you have this panel, we need to have a representative of a media house on this panel for them to give their perspective on the fact that they struggle with climate science jargons, and it might be a reason why there's a lot of misinformation also going out there.
Yo creo que es importante que hablemos de esto porque el movimiento tiene la capacidad de cambiar y en general está enfocado justo en cambiar y en aprender a escuchar otras maneras de comprender la realidad y de ver las cosas desde diferentes perspectivas. A veces los datos están manejados a escala muy global y a veces necesitamos bajar la escala humana para verlos de nuevo, y creo que el movimiento tiene la capacidad de integrar otras perspectivas.
Olga, she's saying that she thinks it's very important that we work on this topic because the Wikimedia movement has the opportunity to change and to hear other ways of doing things and hear different perspectives. And it's also very important that like sometimes we hear things from a very global level, and sometimes we need to like go back to the local realities and actually try to understand the different perspectives and different realities from a more human and local perspective.
Okay, thank you. So for me, it's very important because for one key thing, which is called digital preservation. And I say digital preservation because if I take a context like conservation, right? Animal and human conflict, our ancestors or our forefathers, they used to live, with these animals, and they had like that indigenous knowledge on how to peacefully live, with these animals. But then again, that has been lost because it wasn't, those knowledge wasn't, carried forward or, preserved in any way. And the people who came to, let me say, the neocolonialism, like the people who came to write our stories didn't write our stories from our perspective, right? So they wrote it with their own agendas or their own, narratives on neocolonialism and all of that. So I think for me, it's very important to, to enhance digital preservation, but from the context of people with lived experiences and realities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eric. Faye?
I'm probably going to make a similar point to Eric. I think for me, Wikipedia is one of the few trusted sources on the internet for information about a whole host of things. And that is such an asset. I know we're all here talking about things you can do in the future, but I just think it's worth reiterating what an incredible asset you have for information integrity. I think what's come through a lot over the past couple of days is your ability to reach audiences that maybe are not often included in this space, but also bring them into it and bring that knowledge up. I guess one of the benefits of Wikipedia is you're able to reach a whole host of different levels of kind of audiences. And so I'd really encourage you to kind of keep doing that work. Use the framework of information integrity as far as it helps you to get your message and your work across. And yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. And last but not least,
so
Ruby.
just to add to what everyone has said, when you look at Wikimedia platform, it transcends across many websites. When you're in Ghana, there's a limitation to what you can access. So the same thing when you're in other countries, there's a limitation to what you can access. But putting our information on Wikipedia allows us to cross-learn, that kind of cross-sharing of knowledge and understanding how climate change is happening in Ghana. Because I don't think most people have Joy News popping up on your website. I don't even see Chinese website popping up in Ghana when I do a search. So I think when we put that information on Wikipedia, other people can learn about us in our local way. And one thing that Wikimedians are doing, especially organizers, are involving the local people, involving them to contribute to content, which most of the time we might not even see on the internet. Because, for instance, some pictures, I don't know, some pictures in certain remote places where they are experiencing climate change are donated on this platform. I mean, how much, like, it would take so much money, cost, investment to send people, media people to different, like, it's so expensive. You calculate the cost. But what local people are doing is involving their communities to contribute to this knowledge for us to see, because even pictures speak volume. So I think that there's a lot that Wikimedia is allowing us to do in terms of creating awareness about climate change in our respective countries. Yeah.
Indeed. It provides that cross-border information platform that anyone can access. And yes, Wikimedia is that public good that people trust. And so, yeah, it's so important for us to be in this space and to create the conversations around topics like this. Okay, that brings us to the end of our panel. I'd just like to open the floor for anyone who has questions for us.
Hello, my name is Agus. I'm from Indonesia. I just want to continue maybe a question what Evelyn said about kind of the safety of the contributor, because as we can see from the Southeast Asia, there's so many contributor or maybe some editor or maybe journalist that has been kind of imprisoned or maybe assassinated after apply or maybe sharing the knowledge. Or maybe if we do about the Wikimedia chapter, the NGO itself or maybe the legal standing is in danger of being closed down. So I just want to ask, is there any case study that happened in any country that happened, and maybe what's the mechanism to protect them? And the second question, yeah, we realize that there's a limited studies about what happened in our country, but what happened in Southeast Asia and Latin. But we need to underline that the research fund always center on kind of like researcher from Europe or from United States. Every time that a researcher coming from my country that apply for grant, they need to kind of like someone to endorse them. Like, where you come from, what university that you're coming from. The only way that we can get the research after we go to the masters. But the problem itself, the cost of going study in another country is kind of like can fund 10 students that we can study in our country. But we never can get the research fund if we are not coming from the popular country. So that's the thing that we need to consider also. Maybe we give more place for someone from local country. For example, the research grant, I don't want to criticize what happened in Wikimedia Foundation, but research grant mostly sometimes center or what research from the Farmers University. Never underline that, oh, maybe someone from this country needed that. For example, English Wikipedia was so critical about the journal they are coming from. They're asking from DOI. DOI is not cheap, it's very expensive for someone from low-income country. But every time the journal coming into English Wikipedia, they said, oh, it's predatory article, but actually it's not. So yeah, that is this statement I want to say. But second, I just want to ask in the case study about the safety of the editor. Thank you.
Alicia, Code for Africa, you want to take this since you do a lot of the groundwork? Are there any case studies of what he's just described?
Did you say a case study on supporting the media?
So I think he mentioned that sometimes journalists are at risk when they put content like this up. And are there any case studies of things like that happening in Africa or in other regions that are represented on the panel? Yeah. And I think you also asked about, are there ways to protect people like that? Okay, I'll come to that.
Ways to protect the media, right?
No.
I can.
So the question was in twofold. The first one is a case study of like occurrences on the continent. And then the second part is on, are there any ways we can protect people like that?
And I have an experience when I was working as a fellow for the Wiki for Human Rights campaign, working with global communities who are organizing a campaign. One of the things, we don't wait till we get to that point. One of the things that we ensure for communities is to make sure that it's safe for them to organize those campaigns. And we had instances like that where even some people had mentioned that if they use the Wiki for Human Rights name, it puts them at risk. So they try to use environmental name. And then I think in Nigeria too, they wanted to do some kind of sensitive topic at the time, but we also try to advise them, is it safe? We try to understand like how the context is and how they can be protected so that it doesn't get to that stage. So far, we haven't had any serious case in regards to that because we've tried to mitigate that for campaign organizers. I don't know if you want to add.
Yeah, so I think that the first question was around like people in danger for communicating some of these topics. So Latin America is one of the most violent continents for being an environmental defender. Like people get killed on a daily basis for defending their land and their territories and their knowledges. And I'm pretty sure similar situations happen in Africa and Southeast Asia. But I think that the main thing that we can do is of course, make sure that we are framing the campaign in ways that are not dangerous for people. Like that's the first thing that we can do. Also, we need to be aware of foreign limitations in the sense that you might need to pick topics that you cannot speak about it. Like maybe your communications campaign won't be as great as if you were working on a different topic. So pick the topics that you can actually work on without endangering people. And with all that being said, I think that the Wikimedia Foundation, and while I'm not a representative of the WMF, and so I cannot speak by them, the Wikimedia Foundation does have a very strong human rights policy that also covers whomever contributes to the platform. So it covers us as volunteers and editors, but it also covers the new people that are coming in. And I hope that we don't need to see cases coming up related to environmental defenders, but if that ends up being the situation, I think that there are legal safeguards that the foundation has been committed to protect for quite a while, right? And so that's part of the thing. And then to your other question, and I know that we're really running out of time, but when it comes to research, I think that that's the beauty of some of the work that CARE has been doing in bringing the UN along and bringing the government of Brazil along in this global initiative on information integrity on climate change, because I've heard Charlotte Cadan, who is the senior advisor of information integrity for the UN, talking exactly about these problems. She said, misinformation and disinformation thrives in underrepresented languages, and it thrives in information gaps, in knowledge gaps. And those are the things that we work on the Wikimedia movement. Sorry.
I think they cut us.
Running late, so I think that we started late. Just to finish up. Just to finish wrapping up my point, I think it's important that we're collaborating with partners that understand these things, right? And I think that in that sense, that's a very important work. And yeah, I think that helping organize, the global initiative, the fund that the global initiative had was actually directed particularly for global South countries. And so that's where we need to partner more. We need to make our own institutional strengthening of our institutions, but also of we as movement organizers, because we have a lot of things to research on. And yeah, that's it.
Well, just to summarize, 3 points. First, don't put yourself at risk. If you find a topic that is dangerous in your country, don't do it. 2, there's a human rights policy at the foundation that protects you. There's a whole team that will come to your rescue if you're in trouble. And 3, we have partners like Access Now that provides training to guide our volunteers. So feel free, reach out to me, reach out to partnership managers from your region to provide you support on topics like this. Thank you.
vandalism and help keep projects
Hi, everyone, and hi for those joining online. Sorry for the technical problem, but now we're here. So we have quite an agenda, so I'm gonna right now we're gonna skip the icebreaker, the ISS, and I'm gonna give straight to Gosi. I see you're joining here for a short announcement about the ECAP Regional Funds Committee recruitment.
could we get the timer reset if possible? Okay, hello everybody. Welcome to today's talk. Two pieces of caution, warning, advice. This will be semi-interactive. There are going to be several QR codes that will come up that will allow you to go and try out the various games that are going to be included in today's talk. So have your phones at the ready. Two, my apologies, this is going to be a bit chaotic. This session has evolved every single day over the last week. I have acquired 2 new speakers who, quite frankly, will be the most interesting people to speak to. And on top of that, this was meant to be a workshop and we're in a lecture theatre. So we're just going to kind of see how things go. Cool. So thank you here to everyone, both in Nairobi and anyone who's joining online. My name is Joseph Seddon. I've been involved with Wikipedia and the Wikimedia movement for a long time. For work, I'm an engineering manager at the Wikimedia Foundation, where I support the engineers on the Android and iOS engineering teams, as well as sort of providing support to various projects across our web platforms. I'm also a volunteer editor and admin on the English Wikipedia, where I've been contributing for the last 19 years. My recent article contributions have focused on the history of science experiments flown on the Apollo missions to the moon. The most gruesome of which was an experiment where NASA bolted mini particle detectors to the skulls of live mice, flew them to the moon and back, and then killed and dissected their brains, all in the name of science. But we are not here to talk about the more colourful stories from NASA's history. We're here to talk about games, Wikipedia games. But before we get into the depths of building games for, on, or with Wikipedia, I'd like to do a little scene setting about why I think games and digital experiences are an important part of the broader Wikipedia world. So games form a critical part of the human condition. Play is an emergent behavior. Infants have no awareness of their state, emotions, or motivations. At this stage in my own life, I was oblivious to the inherent dangers that life brought me. We utilize our senses to explore the world with free abandon. And given the prevalence of play throughout the animal kingdom, it is safe to assume that play has been part of the human experience ever since our species evolved. As a species, we grew in our proficiency as tool builders, and we developed the ability to abstract the world and concepts and document them, whether through paintings or through sculptures. Following the end of the last ice age 12,000 years ago, humanity underwent a dramatic shift as agriculture and settlement became more prominent. As the ability to produce crops became more efficient, humans found themselves replete with time and had an increased capacity for more complex, creative undertakings. And at the same time as the first civilizations start to form, we see the emergence of language systems. As we start to add structure to the way we communicated, we also start to see the emergence of the addition of structure to fun in the form of sports and games. Now, like anything, trying to identify when humanity first started doing something, there is a lot of ambiguity about when games were first invented. History and archaeology is an inherently lossy subject area with room for interpretation. But there are 3 or 4 likely candidates. The first is Mancala. It is probably the game that has the least reliable claim to being first. The basic rules are that each hole is filled with a fixed number of seeds or stones. Your aim is to redistribute and capture seeds to add to your store. The game was actually introduced to me as a computer science student as part of a group software engineering project. It is certainly an old game, and there are accepted examples that date back around 1700 years. There are claims that Mancala might be 6,000 or 7,000 years old, based on finding the parallel rows in rocks, but this is not a widely accepted interpretation. The next best 3 candidates all have connections to ancient Egyptians. The first is the royal game of Ur, or I should have checked how to pronounce that, so my apologies for butchering the language. But dating back to about 2600 BCE, It is a combative racing game where you have to pass through all of your squares on your side of the board, reach the other side, and if you intercept your opponent's piece, or they intercept you, they send you right back to the beginning. Another racing game is Senet. This game was depicted in hieroglyphs dating back 4,500 years ago in 2600 BCE, and fragments of boards have been found dating back to around 3100 BCE. Think of it as some kind of combative snakes and ladders. Your goal is again to get from one end of the board to the other whilst landing on or avoiding specific squares and trying to avoid your partner. If they land on a square with your piece on it, you are sent back to the beginning. This game and the role game of Ur would actually often be found on opposite sides of the same game box. Finally, this snakes and ladders analogy comes to a final head with, I think it's pronounced Mehan or Mehan, I have no idea. Also, do we not know how to pronounce it? We have no idea how this game is played. We roughly think that you are meant to get from the center to the outside or from the outside to the center. Interestingly, all of these games have some deep connection with death. They've all been represented in hieroglyphs of tombs. Anyway, all of these games have some kind of competitive element, one person playing with another. And as we all know, games have evolved and there are many types. So, what is a game? What makes a game a game? I am not going to answer that question today. But if you would like to go and do some more reading, I would really encourage you to read this paper it's called The Game Definition Game by Jaco Stenros. He's a professor of game studies at a Finnish university. But a good starting point is also the most basic. Play or recreation defined by a set of rules to achieve an end state. Beyond that, there are many, many ways to classify or define games. One example actually comes from Chris Crawford, a game researcher, and he was very prescriptive. He would say that if there are no set goals, it is a toy. If you are not competing against someone, it is a puzzle. And if you directly interact with another person and prevent their ability to complete their goals, then only then is it a game. We also want to be a pretty broad church, though, and so for the purposes of this session, we are going to provide some guidance later on. But games form one part of a spectrum about how they can be used and how play can form. One type of games, known as serious games, are used in settings such as healthcare, city planning, and in military applications. Whilst they can be entertaining, it is not their primary purpose. This blurs into sort of game-based learning, where the structured learning experience and retention of knowledge is the primary goal. And finally, you get into gamification, where you take elements of games, such as scoring or achievements and challenges, and these aspects can and are applied to many settings, from finance to social media. So, now the bit that's probably more fun and also probably going to be a bit more chaotic. Let's take a look at a couple of games. So, one of the most famous and universally known style of games is wiki racing. The original idea used Wikipedia itself as the game board. You would race to get from one article to another by clicking on hyperlinks. The fastest or the fewest number of hyperlinks wins. Tracing its origins is a little tricky, but allegedly came into being within the first year of Wikipedia's creations. One of the first discrete versions that I could find on the web was built in about 2008 at wikirace.org. It is now a defunct domain. That's why I'm not treating you to a QR code. But there are many examples of this game that exist on the web, and the Wikimedia Foundation has recently built a version that you can play on ToolForge as an initial experiment into web games. So, if you all want to get your phones and you want to take a look, scan the QR code, and you can have a little example. And if I've done this right, yes, there are that many games. Oh, go back. Sorry, too excited. There we are. Okay, I will pause. I appreciate there are people with laptops as well. Sorry, I should... Say again? It is. This game is currently only available on ToolForge, yes. There is not currently a mobile app for this, no, nor is it currently on a mobile app. But there are some other versions that we're about to get to, if we can get this to work. Go on. Say again? Oh, yes. There is no Etherpad. Let me... Okay, if you want to go to on etherpad.wikimedia.org, apps, capital A, capital W, Wikimania 2025. It's there if you want. Loading might be a bit slow, unfortunately. We'll get to categories, but you can. What I'm going to say is, I am not here to govern how you want to have fun. Okay, you can play this game in whatever way you like. Anyway, so I need to get to hide and seek. I didn't actually play this, so we're actually genuinely doing this in real time. We're going to try mass psychological illness, nervous system. Highly complex. Don't even know what that links to. Complex system. I'm not doing very well. Feedback loops. Chain. Has anyone? I don't know if we're probably not all in the same article, so, you know. Anyway, I'll let you all continue playing with that fun. But basically, as you can see, the goal is to get from one article to another. There is a timer, but generally it's a relatively chilled, cool game. So, whilst you're all playing along with that, I'm going to deliberately move into the next game. There is a QR code, but this QR code links to Roblox. You would have to install Roblox on your phones. Bearing in mind, I don't know how big it is, and so you can attempt to install it now if you wish, but I'm going to show you an example. Cool. So, this is Wikipedia. Let's see if this works. This is probably, I just like the claim to fame of being the first time at Wikimania to play Roblox. Who would have thought? There we are, Wikipedia. Brought to you by Wikipedia. Welcome to Wikipedia, the official Wikipedia speedrunning game. Race between two Wikipedia articles as fast as you can. Pick your vibe, chill, clash, or chaotic. Reign supreme on our leaderboard. Check out the lobby articles for a preview of your adventure. Let's play. I just hope you all appreciate my little avatar. Wonderful. Cool. So we need to get from shoe throwing to juggling. That does not seem pretty far. And we're going to go play the chaotic version of this game. So there are different versions we mentioned. There's calm and whatnot. So this one is stress-inducing as the entire world is literally crumbling around me, forcing me to continue to run from gate to gate. And if you hesitate too long, you will fall to your inevitable death. So let's see how this goes. Oh, come on. This is definitely testing my Wi-Fi over phone. We'll see how it goes. We'll give it one attempt. Thank you. Yes, look, it doesn't work. Thank you for documenting the failure of my talk. I really appreciate it. It won't be the worst picture of me on Commons, so at least, you know, okay. Okay, I'm going to leave that for a moment, and then I'm going to come back to it, and we might have another go in a bit. What might help, actually, is if I turn that one off as well. Okay, we've done WikiRun, so we'll close that. Okay, we might come back to Wikipedia because it is quite fun. Okay, cool. This is where things are now. I don't think I've got my phone. I was going to attempt to do a live demo. So this link will link to the Wikipedia Android app. So you would be downloading the app, which is cool. It's a great app. My team built it. They're all great as well. So basically, this is the first production game that's been sort of made available on any of the Wikimedia Foundation's sort of platforms that it helps support. It's a daily trivia game, and users are presented with 2 events relatively close in history, and you have to choose, or more likely guess, which event came first. There are 5 questions which are surprisingly difficult. It's built using an experimental on this day endpoint from the Wiki feeds service. It allows you to retrieve a set of lists for a given day. The game is available, unfortunately, only in 8 languages at this point in time, which is English, French, Portuguese, Russian, Spanish, Arabic, Chinese, and Turkish. So adding new language support for this game is something that does need community effort. If anyone wants to see this game made available in your own language, come and find me. I'll probably also put you in touch with our team's movement communication specialist, and then we can see how far we need to work to try and get a game available in your language. But anyway, so next we have a class of games that are heavily inspired by Wordle. One of the most famous examples is a game called Redactyl. So let's take a look at this. Oh, I'll pause and let you. This is quite fun and quite difficult, so. Which one? I will scroll back after people have. Oh, which came first is the name of the game, but it's in the official Wikipedia app. So. On Android, yeah, it will be coming to iOS probably by March in 2026, and we will hopefully be developing our second game on Android either later this year or again early in 2026. Okay. I think people have had a go at Redactyl, downloading it. Okay, cool. So this is Redactyl. It's a simple game. Basically, a Wikipedia article is presented to you, and the majority of all of the important keywords have been blanked out. Your goal is to guess and try and get correctly. I think the specific rules are the words that are contained within the title of the article. There are some easier things that you can do, so you can start doing things like gender. Okay, cool, we're there. Sometimes I will try things like Prince or Britain, mostly because, unfortunately, we have a certain association with certain parts of history. My apologies. Okay, so maybe they're kind of like a king. Ooh, there's a reference. Any suggestions for what words you think we should try? Time. Ooh, good hit. Queen. Nope. We'll try prime minister. Ooh, his ministers. Ooh, interesting. Emperor. Negative. We'll try a couple more, and then we'll say again. Service. Only 2 hits. It's a very long article. Anyway, I'll leave you all carry on playing with that. But yeah, it's a wonderful little game. So feel free to enjoy that. Moving on is a game called Catfishing. So this is where you have to guess the article from the categories that are on a particular article. I'll keep this up on screen for a brief moment. For a bit of history, so this might actually be one of the earliest games that was ever created for Wikipedia. It was actually, the original version was built in 2006, and it was based on a concept invented by Sumana Hariswara. Sumana actually came to work at the Wikimedia Foundation 5 years after the creation of this game. She was a volunteer developer coordinator. Unfortunately, the original version of this game broke in 2009, and then it was built by another individual called Matthew. We don't know his last name, in 2024. We will briefly go to catfishing. Characters in Spanish novels, etymology of California, fictional caliphs, fictional characters from California, fictional female warriors, fictional pagans, fictional queens, Latin American folklore, and personifications of country subdivisions. I have no idea. Do we have a guess from anybody here? No. No. Oh, do I only get one guess? Oh, never mind. Anyway, Califia apparently was the answer. Anyway, fab. So we're going to switch things up. And I'm going to hand over to my first co-speaker, Asmath. Asmath is the creator of Factoday, and she builds games from open source data. Asmath.
Hello everyone, I'm Asmath, and to Wikipedians I can describe myself as the person who perpetually exists in Wikipedia's rabbit holes. And I made games based on guessing, because I really like guessing. I've been guessing all my life. And I'd like to play some guessing games with you. Sound all right? Make some noise? Yeah. Okay, the first game is called Wiki Famous. You need to guess which one of these two articles are more famous. Okay? Famous as in which one of these articles have had more views in the last month. Okay, so the first is this better? Okay, so make some noise if you think Ganjam district is more popular. Make some name if glatiramir acetate is more popular. Okay, another round, okay? Make some noise if Robert Copeland is more popular. And this German word is amazing. And I'm going to call it a German article. I'm sorry if there are like German audience. So make some noise if this beautiful German article is more famous. Okay. Another round? Okay. So make some noise if Uganda Martyrs University is more famous. And make some noise if Hanomag L, a light truck from the German manufacturer, is more famous. All right. Time for another game. So, how many of you play Wordle? Yes, okay. Very addictive, right? And I hate that I only am limited to playing one single game a day. So what if we could have unlimited Wordle possibilities? And also, Wordle has 5-letter words, which is great, and I love it. But if you start using Wikitrendle, which uses words from titles and text of a Wikipedia article, which is trending on a given day, you get more than 5-letter words. So, do you want to guess what was trending? What is trending on August 9th? Yes. Can you guess a word? It's a 5-letter word. He's always trending, I guess. Okay. Trump? Any other guesses? Okay. Okay, let's see what was trending. It's Victoria, and she apparently had a match with Naomi Osaka, and she beat her, and then that's why this article has been trending. And then field, a word taken from that article, is the Wikitrendle word of the day. And actually, you can play more games. And every time you play Wikitrend in a given day, you'll get a different word. And it's based on something that's trending. And it's not like the topmost trending article. It's a couple of trending articles from like 2 or 3 days around a given date. Time for another game? Okay. This one is called Wiki Lens. And then you need to guess which article is longer. Okay. So, make some noise if you think Encrinidae, an extinct family of crinoids, is a longer article. Okay, okay. Extinct species, we love them, yes. And make some noise if you think Bakaheni Bandar is a longer article. Okay, yes. Okay, I like extinct species. And it's wrong. Okay. Make some noise if you think another extinct species is a longer article. Okay, we have no trust in extinct species anymore, okay. And then make some noise if you think an existing species is a longer article. Yes, okay. So, another game. So this one is called Wiki Frequency. So what this does is you have to guess the top 5 frequent words used in a given article. So here is an article about Orhaneli mine, and you need to guess which words could be the most frequent words in a given article. So the words that you have in the word bank are tons, million, ore, turkey, metal, bursa, large represents, chromium, mine, west, province, and Orhaneli, of course. Okay, so I hear mines. Sorry? Province, okay, largest. Tons, okay. Contains, okay. Okay, Turkey, or do you want to see the result? So chromium, tons, Orhaneli, mine, and west. So those are the correct words. So these words have unlimited play because Wikipedia has a rich metadata that you can reuse over and over again. So you can keep playing and you can keep clicking and then you can keep guessing. And these are the 4 articles that are live on this website. Break them, share them, and have fun.
All right. Thank you so much, Asma. That was fantastic. Okay, cool. So next, I would like to introduce you to Kevin Piravi, also known as Super Hamster. Kevin is a software engineer from Ohio, United States, and has been editing the Wikimedia project since 2007. He's built a number of wiki tools, including Sight Unseen, View It, and the Commons Gallery, and has also taken an interest in wiki games by creating Wiki Asteroids. Kevin, take it away.
Thank you. Unlike these other games, my game is rooted in violence. You can actually visit this website at asteroids.wiki and play this on your own time. And I'll be kind of doing a deep dive into showing you how it works and kind of the process that went into developing this game. Let's see if I can actually play it live. So the basic principle behind this game is as edits are being made to Wikipedia, each edit spawns an asteroid, and just like the classic Atari game, Atari Asteroids, you have to shoot the asteroids to destroy them. I actually have my asteroids or my Atari shirt on, but let's see if this works with the Wi-Fi. Maybe. Yeah. Oh, no internet. That is fine because I recorded. Oh, well. Yeah, I had a YouTube video, but that doesn't help. Nice, thank you. There we go. So these are live edits that are being made to the English Wikipedia. The size of the asteroid corresponds to how large the edit was. As you shoot the asteroids, you get a little preview that spawns in the right-hand column. And I don't know if we'll see any of this, but if someone creates a new article, you'll get a one-up, and if someone joins Wikipedia, so this user BlumNG just joined, that spawns a power-up that, for example, destroys all the asteroids on the board. So it's kind of a fun way to see the frequency of Wikipedia edits and interact with them as a game. And it is multilingual, so you can like toggle between different languages and see those recent changes coming in as people make edits to Wikipedia. I'll go back to my slides. Yes, you can have multiple languages at the same time, so you can toggle English, Dutch, Espanol, etc. at the same time. Or just have one if you want. If you ask me, I'll add more. Some of the languages, if they're not that large, they'll have very few edits, so it doesn't make a very interactive game. But yeah, just reach out to me. Also, because this checklist will be very long with 300. But anyway, the inspiration actually came from when we hosted WikiCredCon in San Francisco at the Internet Archive. And the Internet Archive has this amazing arcade cabinet that lets you play classic retro games. And as one of my co-organizers said, it was kind of a cool, quote, physical manifestation of a digital institution. And that made us think that we should have a similar thing for Wikipedia. So we started thinking about what would a Wikipedia arcade game look like. And then I don't think I have a slide for this, but actually the inspiration kind of came from Listen to Wikipedia, which is that website where as people make recent changes, it creates music and spawns little bubbles of the articles that are being edited. And then my brain was like, oh, what if you could shoot the bubbles? And that became Wiki Asteroids. Now it's a plain old website, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, coded in a native canvas. JavaScript's come a long way, so you can make fully fledged games using just vanilla JavaScript, which is pretty cool. And I'm a programmer by trade, but I've never actually made a game before. I know people have differing opinions on large language models, but I found it very helpful for getting me up to speed with how to code a game, get a basic minimal viable product running, and then iterate after that. So that was a big help. And I encourage other people, if you're getting into coding and not really sure how to work with games, find tutorials online, but also maybe try seeing if any of these LLMs can help you out as well. And what's really fun is we were at South by Southwest hosting a, quote, Wiki House, where we had panels and Wiki portraits running. And I had bought a Picade Raspberry Pi arcade machine kit and put together like an actual arcade machine with Wiki Asteroids. So we set that up and had people coming through. The person in the bottom right was the high score earner for that day. If any of you know S.J. Klein, he's in the lower left playing the game. So that was kind of fun having this, again, physical manifestation of a digital institution at a conference. And that's me building the arcade kit. And the first pick was probably around like, midnight, and then second pick much later as I became increasingly frustrated. I think I was up till 6 a.m. building it the night before, since I do things last minute, but got it working. And we also had it set up in Wikimania right here in the hackathon room a couple days ago. So there's Sidon playing the game, and another Wikimedian as well. A more simple setup without the whole arcade cabinet. We just had a joystick and a portable monitor and a 3D printed sign.
And I'd like to point out that I set the high score.
You did? Were you the one that got over 2,000?
I got the 2,000 one as well.
That's impressive. I created the game and I haven't even got that high, so that's impressive. I'll probably maybe set it up later in this session if we have time. But what's fun about this game is that seeing the social media engagement, which is kind of an interesting avenue since it kind of makes a new way for people to get engaged with Wikipedia on social media. So Depths of Wikipedia posted about it. The Wikimedia Foundation also made a nice post about it. And it's kind of fun to see people's reactions. So people would post about how they died, 10 out of 10, I died to Tom Hanks. Someone said when they got killed by Sparks, Georgia, at least people will know where to find me. So kind of fun to see people like interacting and sharing the results of playing this game. And yeah, that's about it. And again, if you want to try it out, you can visit asteroids.wiki.
Cool. Thank you so much. So I'm going to very quickly, there are even more games, and there are a bunch of games I am not going to cover in this session because there are just too many. But I just wanted to show some that I do think are quite interesting. So this one is Wiki Trivia. I think I actually have this one set up. So it's a very simple game. It's actually based on Wikidata items. And so the individual who built this game, they basically took a pre-selection from Wikidata, cleaned up the data, made sure everything had nice images and had appropriate information and whatnot. And basically the idea is that you have to put an endless number of events in the correct order covering the entirety of all of history. Obviously, for some items, this is quite easy, but there's quite a lot of history, and some of these are quite difficult. So, we're just going to go through these, and I want you all to tell me to go before or after. And if there doesn't seem to be a lack of consensus, we'll do then a show of hands and we'll vote on this. Okay, so Gibraltar is the beginning. Apparently, it may have formed in 1704. My apologies to the Spanish. The event that we now need to put on the list is Gaius Cassius Longinus, assassin of Julius Caesar. Was this before or after? Of course it was. Okay, next item. Unit 731, a military unit. Was it, so World War II? So going after Gibraltar? Bad testing. Bad. Okay, it was correct. Okay, when was Canada script invented? So, we're going to go before Gibraltar. Okay, I'm gonna let go. It's after. Before Gaius. Okay, are you ready? Asmath, we went on your guidance. It was the year 1300. Ooh.
And
All right. So, the Duke of Norfolk, a dukedom in England, do we think it was maybe before or after Gibraltar? Before or after Canada script? Wonderful. Oh, that was much closer than I thought it was going to be. Okay, Coptic language, I think we all know where this is going. Right at the beginning? Okay. Oh, later stage of Egyptian language. Good spot. Very close, though. Okay. COVID-19 pandemic. Well, we all know when that happened. Okay. And one last one, and then we'll move on. Leopold I, the Holy Roman Emperor. When do we think? After Gibraltar? Before Gibraltar. But after the Duke of Norfolk? Wonderful. Thank you all for playing. Yeah, it's a great little game. I will leave this up. Yeah, if you want to grab a quick QR code. I see one person's doing it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Some phones are down. One's still up. 2 are still up. Another one's just gone up. That was a late decision to play the game. Okay, wonderful. Another Wikidata game. This is really interesting. I don't know if any of you have played Top Trumps, but basically it's a card game whereby you have to try and get, you're basically trying to get the highest attribute. I'm not going to go into this just for the sake of time, but it's a really cool game if you ever wanted to create your own Top Trumps deck using Wikidata. Then you can basically select a particular entity ID, and then it will generate a list of top trump cards for you. So it's a really interesting concept and a great use of Wikidata. There are some people QRing, so I will let you QR. Okay, everyone stopped on that one. Another really interesting Wikidata game is called Everything is Connected. I do think I actually had this set. Oh, I didn't. This is a really, actually, no, this is asteroids. And annoyingly, it's the one thing I didn't put. Is it to the left? Oh, yeah. Excellent spot, Kevin. Okay, cool. This is really difficult. Okay, so you have 9 items, and they are all in some way connected to each other. So maybe they, are, instances of human. Okay, well, that's easy. But then you have to try and start connecting things. So where would we like to put the first card? You have to put them on the grid, so I'm open to suggestions. Human in the middle. Okay. What about university teacher? So near Marie Curie. Okay, so Aristotle. But a university teacher is not necessarily inherently an instance of human. So this is not the right space. So maybe we should move it to a corner, perhaps? Okay. Okay, so you cannot move the starting pieces. So we cannot move Marie Curie, and we cannot move Alexander the Great. Okay. Aristotle was not a university teacher. No, but he is a human, surprisingly. So, okay, so we've moved it. Say again. Okay, so Hannah Arendt was a university teacher and is a human. Is there a connection to Marie Curie? No, there isn't. Okay. There is apparently a connection to Aristotle. Say again. Okay, so I'm going to move this one up to here. But remember, it's not an instance of human, so maybe this needs to move. Who knows? We'll keep university teacher in the corner for a moment. So Thomas Aquinas doesn't have a connection to Marie Curie, doesn't have a connection to Alexander the Great. And now you all see why this is really hard. I'm not going to try and solve this puzzle on stage because I've not actually solved one of these beforehand, and so I'm going to let you all play this in your own time. Say again? Yeah, they're linked to each other in some way on Wikidata. So a citizen of a country, author of a song, yeah. But oh, yeah. Anyway, so everything is connected. I'll leave this up for now. I was going to suggest something. I was going to try and create this page before I did this session. However, unfortunately, some people kept bringing me new games that I needed to add, and I never got around to creating the meta page. I was going to create it on Meta under the page title Games. If somebody here would like to beat me to it and kick off that page on Meta, that would be fantastic, and that would be a good start. And then we can just start and populate and whatnot. Anyway, there's still a couple of people QRing, so that's fine. I'll give you a moment. Fab. Oh, one more. Cool. Thank you all. All right. And there are so many, many more. Okay. There are some games I have notably not included. So, for example, there are a bunch of what are referred to as Wikidata games. These are basically gamified, simplified tasks that basically aim to make it slightly more fun, to add entities and items and descriptions and whatnot to Wikidata items. There are a huge number of them. I haven't included them here because they are more productivity than games, and so just for this purpose of just for this session, I haven't included them. But as we're going to get into in a moment, that doesn't mean that they aren't a game, it doesn't mean that they aren't fun, and so it is exclusionary mostly for the sense of time. Another actually example of something that may be aligned with game-based learning, it's something that we mentioned earlier on. On the English Wikipedia, there is something known as the Wikipedia Adventure, and it's meant to be this sort of gamified onboarding experience to contributing to Wikipedia. I don't have an example, but I just wanted to note that the definition of game and how games and gamified learning and learning-focused games, these lines all blur. And so the exclusion is not a judgment, it is just mostly for brevity. And we're an hour into this session, so, you know. Okay, cool. So before we go further on, I actually just wanted to give an opportunity both to Asmath and Kevin to, if there are any questions that you would like to ask them about any of their work, about how their process in creating games, or anything like that. So I just want to sort of give a moment to be able to, if you've got any questions for them. I'll start at the front, and if someone could get.
Hello. So we have a couple of questions. Okay, so we have a couple of questions online. So I would like to address that. So there was a question in which a person is asking, are there any options to tweak the game questions per country or continent? Yeah, this was for Asma.
Audible?
Yeah.
Currently, no. You cannot tweak that, but that's a great idea. That can be done for sure. We can tweak that based on actually even languages as well. Right now it's just English, but then we definitely can change that to different language and then country, and then make those changes.
Okay, thank you. And the other question is for you. Sorry. Okay. So the person is asking, I don't know why, but OSM seems to not to lack derivative games maker or site. Regularly, a new developed OSM derivative game website is picked up on weekly OSM once 2 months or more frequently. I am afraid it is not the case of Wikimedia ATM, or I am too rare to catch the trend. Yes, sure.
I think the question may be about OpenStreetMap. Have you built games using OpenStreetMap data at all? No.
Game? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know quite. I'm afraid. No, I don't think there's any specific relation in terms of, like, we do have we've got a cartographer instance which allows us to use maps. So we do leverage OSM data, but I don't know if there's anything specifically that you want to talk about from building any games using OpenStreetMap at all of interest. No. No. Okay. Cool. I think there was a question at the back, wasn't there?
Yes, I wanted to know, like, how can we make it like even more inclusive from the beginning, like to think about the adaptations to other languages, because I know, like, for the article to discover, there's like the French version that it's called pedantix.com. So it's the same concept. So how can we like kind of think of that from the beginning, so that we are not working in different places for the same objective, and maybe we can share the knowledge easier so we can have more version. And then I also had a question about have you used it to discuss it with the general public that don't know how Wikipedia works? Like, this could be like a great approach. Have you have any experiences about that type of usage of the games?
For Wiki Asteroids in particular, for your second question, when we had the cabinet at South by Southwest, most of the people coming through and playing were actually not Wikipedia editors, not familiar with how Wikipedia works. So that actually was kind of a fun way for them to, you know, play the game, and then we'd explain, oh, all these asteroids that are spawning are the frequency of people editing Wikipedia, and it was always surprising to them because you see all these asteroids spawning quickly, and it's like, wow, Wikipedia's changing that quickly, that frequently. And it kind of made them more excited to learn more about how Wikipedia works. And we hosted a Wikicurious edit-a-thon with Wikimedia New York City while the cabinet was there as well. So kind of combining that with that was like a very good public engagement. So I think definitely games are kind of a good way to get that public interest in how Wikipedia works.
Regarding your second question again, so the games are very simple. Like a very simple interface. You just have to click. And then you have articles that like lead at the end of the game, you're shown like the link to the Wikipedia article that it belongs to, and then you can click it and read more about it. And yeah, you can keep clicking and you can like keep trying different games. I think, yeah, it's a very simple interface, but for sure we definitely can add like more languages to it. That would make it, I think, like be reachable to like more audiences for sure.
Yeah, it's also worth noting. I think like a lot of the some of the games that we've shown, you know, they're hosted on ToolForge. Some of them are sort of explorations of like how to become more familiar with APIs and stuff like that. So some of these games might just be someone's exploring our APIs, and the way that they want to kind of explore that is kind of by building a game. So most of the examples that we shown either were built by someone who's not necessarily directly involved in Wikimedia, or they are involved in Wikimedia and they're a volunteer. The 3 examples that we gave at the beginning, so I think I mentioned like the trivia game, we are limited by the availability of articles that provide these structured lists of events, for example. For other games, as you know, as both Kevin and Asmath have shown, like they are much more readily adaptable to be sort of multilingual from the beginning. But yeah, it's also some, like a lot of the people are probably working in their own primary language, so it's kind of, there is a kind of inherent bias. One thing I will say is that, and the 2 of you can correct me if I'm wrong, at the moment, I don't think there's really like a community of game builders within Wikimedia. There are people who build games for sure, but as we've just kind of identified, there is no games page on Wikimedia. One of the things that was really difficult when I was putting this list together, and why literally every single day at this conference someone came to me showing, have you seen this example of a game, is because we don't actually document any of this anywhere. So there's no community, there's no kind of like, hey, when you create a game, think about other languages. There may be some things that maybe come from this session that we maybe try to do some of that. I don't really know. I'm not in any way trying to sort of make myself some arbiter of games or the gaming community. These 2 people here are, quite frankly, the geniuses who go and build this stuff. So, you know, maybe there's an opportunity to get more people involved and to do more cool and interesting things. Like, there is a community of developers, but nothing so specific as to be focused around games. So.
And if I may, real quick, actually, I think you're correct. There's no currently organized community of game developers. But in the US, we are currently planning a game jam, like a gaming hackathon, to invite developers to develop games in New York City and Brooklyn, I think October 3rd through 5th. We haven't made any public announcements yet, but this is going to be kind of our first official Wiki game jam, where we're going to try to invite both Wiki developers and public external game developers to come together and make more of these sort of games. So I think we're slowly starting to organize and kind of build a bigger community.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be a really cool event. I think, yeah, there's a community. It's being hosted within a community of people who build games as well. So this might be the start of something through this year. So cool. Are there any other questions? One question just there.
Most of these games are single player. Have you thought about multiplayer games and what that might look like?
Yes. So the games that I've hosted on, it's just front end only. For multiplayer games, I would need back end. So I've been promised that from Wikipedia that I can use their servers, and I'll definitely think about how we can make them like multiplayer, have nice leaderboards, make it very spicy for families to fight at the dinner table.
Yeah, similarly for Wiki Asteroids, I'd love it to have like a multiplayer version or something like it. I made it during a hackathon, so it was like a very quick 2-day project, and it kind of runs as a static website with no backend. So similar, I'd love to do it maybe one day. It would just take more resources, but it would be very fun if we had more multiplayer games for sure.
Yeah, I think I've actually managed to get this working. So whilst I talk, I'm just going to go for it. So this game actually, obviously it's built on an external platform, and so it is actually possible for multiple people to play in a single instance. We did manage to get myself and Ray, who's in the audience, and we managed to get ourselves playing together. Oh dear, I got stuck, and I inevitably died. Great. So like, I think there's some things, obviously you were talking about like building bespoke experiences, and that might require some, additional investment of time from people. One of the things that we did, obviously, so Roblox, Gen Alpha and the way that they, utilize Roblox as this massive social space as well as gaming space. And this was kind of an experiment of like, what can you do? The Wikimedia Foundation is not necessarily committing that we're going to now spend the next 10 years building Roblox games entirely with all of our budget, okay? But it is a way to sort of explore what is the possibilities. And I think that's the phase that the foundation is currently at. Like, we're not committing that we're going to suddenly turn into a big game studio, but it's kind of exploring what is the place of games in the world. So, yeah. Cool. Any other questions? We do. We still have more. I'm just going to keep the questions going. And
oh, yeah. Sorry. Just I'm going to ask this just because you told that more people wanted to add more games. So you are all present like games that functions like on apps. But I wanted to know if exist examples of games that are like, for example, board games or physical games, made also with information or data of Wikipedia. Thank you.
There was, once upon a time, a Wikipedia board game. It was created a long, long time ago. Do either of you know any more detail about the history? Or
I think I bought it in 2015 or so.
Okay. Oh, okay. I've not seen that. So the interesting history behind this game is that the game came into being, and then the Wikimedia Foundation kindly asked them if they could seek permission from us to use the Wikipedia game, the Wikipedia logo and our name and our brand. So this was created without permission. And, the Wikimedia Foundation, we want to be kind of relatively nice, and we kind of, retroactively. So there has been an instance of a board game, and actually the Top Trumps game that I showed you earlier on, so that actually, if you wanted to, you could generate your Top Trumps cards, you could print them out, and then you could play them in person for sure. So I definitely think that there's opportunity for physical games to be produced as well. There's no reason why we couldn't. Anything from...
Yeah, I think something funny about this game is once it's printed, it's kind of stuck in time, right? So I think part of this game is to guess the page views, much like your game that you had. But since it's a board game, it was like stuck in like December 2013 or something. So you'd have to think back to what would have been popular back then when the game was printed. But
so we have an education program where one teacher proposed one idea is that you can, there are copyright issues here, but you can actually print a Trivial Pursuit game, like make the card. So he proposes the students to make questions that can be searched in Wikipedia, so you can make that kind of games. That's copyright. I think it's copyrighted Trivial Pursuit, but you can call whatever you want, and you can print the board game.
I think a really... is there anyone from legal or brand in the room? No, okay. I think what would be quite funny, so the somewhat adult card game, Cards Against Humanity, I think it's the kind of thing that maybe has an angle of like you have to create the silliest, funniest, rudest titles of Wikipedia articles, or the first line of a Wikipedia article, or create your own Wikipedia meme. Annie, I'm looking at you. Make this game happen. I don't know. No, sorry, Annie. But I think that there are different angles, whether you want to come at this from a sillier perspective, or whether you want to come at this from a more knowledge sort of play or whatever. But yeah, sorry, Annie, I called you out. Okay, cool. Any other questions? No. Is there anything from yourselves that you'd like to add? No? Okay. It has been a long session, even for a talk this has been long. If anybody would like to get up and go and have a break or whatever, feel free. I wanted to, if you would like, to go through a little quick exercise where you can sort of sit and think about maybe creating your own games. This will be audience participation, and you will do this yourselves. So this is why I'm giving you the opportunity to stand up. Okay, no, everyone's still sitting, so okay, cool. All right, so we've got two options. One, here is some paper and here is some pens. If you could just take a bunch of paper, and yeah, if you could, that would be fantastic. Sorry, thank you so much. Yeah. I hope I've got enough pens and paper. If there isn't, there's a bunch of notepads just outside this meeting room that I noticed, so feel free to steal some. But what we're going to do is a little exercise. Whoa, I should give some to the people on the stage. Sorry, can I steal 2 pens? Oh no, I'm okay, cool. Yeah, you need create new ideas for new games. Okay, cool. Okay. Can I just say, I really appreciate the people who are going to stick at this and do some audience participation. I feel like we've set a tone for this this session. So, the other alternative is no, it's fine. Okay, so we're going to do a little exercise called Crazy Eights. So this is an opportunity for you just to be creative. We're going to come up with some ideas to inspire ourselves, each other. There is no need for perfection. We're going to share out if we so choose, but otherwise you can just take part in the exercise. The goal isn't to make something polished or high fidelity. You're not going to be writing code or whatever. Follow your curiosities, have fun. So, what I would like you to do, on your paper, I'd like you to subdivide it. Oh, sorry. Can we have the... I mean, it's not going to... I can describe to you what you're going to do. So, what I need you to do is I need you to turn your piece of paper into 8 sections. You can do this via folding, if you so wish. So, fold it once, fold it twice, fold it thrice. Or you can do it by drawing boxes, 1 line along and 3 down. That's also acceptable. Okay, cool. Wonderful. So once you've done the folding, what we're going to do is we're going to have 8 minutes. Each minute, I want you to just write some ideas, draw a picture, do anything, some concepts for a game might be. We're going to do it 1 minute per box, and then going to move on to the next box. Try and think of something new. Be creative. Whatever you think is fun is a game for the purposes of this session. You've seen some of the uses of Wikipedia data. Ideally, your ideas will be Wikipedia or Wikidata or Commons or any other project related. But if not, I'm not going to stop you, because that's the type of day we're at. So, okay. So in 8 seconds, I'm going to give you your first minute. Some of you do look somewhat confused. Would you like to ask any questions before we do this? There's some shakes of the head. So I think we're just going to do this. Okay, so your first minute starts now. Can we get the computer up on the screen, please? Now this is where you're going to get really panicky, because your first minute is up. Move on to your second idea. and don't get distracted by hat note. That is the end of your second minute. Start on your third idea. People who walk into this session are going to have no idea what's going on. That is the end of your third minute. Start your fourth idea. That is the end of your fourth minute. Start your fifth idea. This is the end of your fifth minute. Start your sixth idea. For some inspiration, this is the article Game from Wikipedia, the free encyclopedia. A game is a structured type of play, usually undertaken for entertainment or fun, and sometimes used as an educational tool. Many games are also considered to be work, such as professional players of spectator sports or video games, or art, such as games involving an artistic layout, such as Mahjong, Solitaire, or some video games. Games have a wide range of occasions, reflecting both the generality of its concept and the variety of its play. Games are sometimes played purely for enjoyment, sometimes for achievement, and that is the end of your sixth minute. Start your seventh idea. Players in a game may constitute their own audience as they take their turn to play. Often, part of the entertainment for children, playing a game is deciding who is part of their audience and who participates as a player. A toy and a game are not the same. Toys are generally allowed for unrestricted play, whereas games present rules for the player to follow. Similarly, a puzzle is not a game. And that is the end of your 7th minute. Try your 8th and final idea. Key components of games are goals, rules, challenge, and interaction. Games generally involve mental or physical stimulation, and often both. Many games help develop practical skills, serve as a form of exercise, or otherwise perform an educational, simulational, or psychological role. Attested as early as 2600 BC, games are a universal part of human experience and present in all cultures. The royal game of Senet, and Mancala are some of the oldest known games. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of your 8th idea minute. Oh, I closed it and now it won't stop making a sound. There we are. Okay, so we've got 5 minutes. You've all written 8, some 1, possibly none. I realize it's been a long conference. If somebody, I'm going to start with the people on the stage, and then we're going to go to the audience, and you have to be very quick, and I'd like you to pick the best idea that you've written on your piece of paper. Okay, I'm going to start with Kevin.
I guess I like this idea of like people post things on social media and they link a Wikipedia article and they'll often have like a funny caption or just an interesting fact they pulled from the Wikipedia. Remove the link and then you have to guess the article they were talking about based on their commentary.
I was thinking of Wikipedia Snakes and Ladders. Snakes are if your edit gets rejected, and then if your edit gets accepted, you get a ladder.
Cool. All right. Would anybody like to give an idea? I'm going to start at the front and we're just going to work our way back.
Yeah, this game is for a specific person only who must match Wikimania years to cities.
Show a blank info box and then you have to fill it according to the article.
And people remember to hold your mics horizontally. Thank you.
I got the idea of sort of random article poker. You pick random articles and they're assigned certain values, and you could play Texas Hold'em that way, or the best hand out of 5.
Okay. Guess the location of a certain city based on its Wikipedia's description redacted with certain words. So GeoGuessr, but in Wikipedia.
Okay, so I was thinking about using Wiki Loves Monuments and the Wiki Loves Earth pictures, uploaded pictures, and matching the pictures with the locations they were taken.
I think we should make a list of maybe 1,000 public figures that are fairly well known, and then it could be a multiplayer game where you guess the date of their, like, you see a previous version of their article, and everyone has to guess what date it's from.
I want to do a slow image reveal, either of a painting or a movie poster, and you have to guess it as fast as you can.
Oh, that was actually very similar. I wanted to do this thing, like they do it in some French game show where you have a picture that has like big pixels, and every time they get to remove one pixel, they try to guess what the picture is, so you get more points if you guess with less clicks.
I've come up with an idea about Wiki Snake.
when you hit an article which is categorized in a predetermined category, then the length of the snake increases by 1 bit. And if you make a false guess, then it decreases by 1 or 2.
I got the World Transit System game, where you connect the subway maps of New York, Tokyo, and London, and you also connect all the airline routes and the highways in some sort of fun exercise.
Okay. I'm thinking of a game that involves solving mathematical problems such as addition or subtraction, something like that, to keep the children more engaged.
Cool, wonderful. If possible, could people stand up when they talk? It's better for the microphones. I'm really sorry.
Okay. So I have, where are we going? So, for example, go between Sweden to Italy, and you have to click in the right countries that are in, that you will have to move from, to and from.
I don't know if you know the game Taboo. We can make a sort of social game like Taboo, but based on Wikidata. So you have a word, and you can, but you cannot say, you have to explain this word without saying, for example, the instance of, the property instance of, or the property, what is it from, where is it in, so we can select the properties that you should not, the word that you should not say, while I think Wikidata is really good for that.
I thought maybe you could present it with an article and try to find the unwikified word in that article that leads to the longest target, and then you can wikify it.
In Germany, we have a pre-jury tool for the VLX competitions, and it would be fun, I guess, if you can hunt other pre-jurors to overtake them and get the lead, and you know, oh, only 10 more votes, and I have count number 10, something like that.
Okay, I was thinking about Wikipedia-based mix and match game by using article content, image, or facts as the basis for matching activities.
Okay, I'm a huge fan of What If saga in Marvel, so maybe something like reshaping history of what would happen if, and when you erase some historical facts, you can see how many articles inside of Wikipedia related to that part of the history erase also. So like reshaping history.
Okay, my name is Ranjit Suji. I am thinking about a game of like Wikipedia treasure hunt. You must find the treasure based on some clues. That can be creative, like events, people, location, or any kind of thing you can mix with, and you must solve the based on some clues and find the treasure.
Showing a large picture, like for some nature beauty, something like that, and hide something, some small picture inside that, and find it.
I have an idea that's a little bit ridiculous, but it's Wikipedia Tinder, where you're presented with 2 different articles and people have to vote on which one they find more dateable or more sexy.
Wonderful. I just want to say thank you all so much for today. It's been a great session. This has gone well. First of all, can I have a round of applause for Kevin and Asmath, please? Wonderful. Thank you. You have 2 options. You can take your ideas home with you, or you can give them to me, and I'm going to stand outside and collect them, and I'll try and document them at some point. All right, brilliant. Thank you, everyone. Have a good day.
Kue kila saa bado dakika tano. Tapiga mtu ngumi hapa.
about to start. All right, all right. Okay, thank you so much for coming in on time. Nice to meet you all. My name is Onyechi Onifade again. I was here at the opening, I'm here at the closing now. So we'll start right about now. Please find your seat and then we can get started. All right, so welcome to the closing showcase of the Wikimania Hackathon 2025. Please give yourself a round of applause. All right, I'm so happy to be here with you all today. And I think at this part of the program, we kind of celebrate all the amazing things that you've done during the week. Your project, whether it's finished, half finished, or somewhere in the middle, don't worry, this is a safe space. You're all welcome here. All right, but before we dive in, I was thinking that we could do a quick warm-up game. Will you indulge me? Yes. Let's go. All right, we are going to play Put Your Hand Up, Wikimania edition. So, put your hand up if you've met someone new this week. Are we all extroverts? Look at you. I'm so proud of you guys. Okay, put your hand up if you work on a project this week. If you worked on a project this week, put your hand up. I have taken a mental picture of your hand. Let me see you here during the showcase. Don't put your hands down now. Amanda, I saw you. Put your hand up if you learned something new this week. Oh, look at you, always learning. I love it. Now, lastly, put your hand up if you had coffee for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I am starting a support group for all of you who are mildly addicted to coffee. Meet me at the back after the showcase. We need to talk. All right. Okay, so I see we've done so many exciting things this week. Now let's bring that energy into our showcase. Before we get started, I have a very important request. Please share your experience with us via these channels. This whole slide would be in your... Yeah, I'm so short. I'm sorry. Okay, this whole slide will be in your inbox after the closing showcase, and you can click the links and kind of share with us. I feel like people who are new to the hackathon or your first Wikimania, I really want to hear about your experience. I want to know what was good, what was not good, what we can do better. The Wi-Fi, right? Okay, just let me know, right? And we'll always definitely make it happen. So please, please, please share your experience with us. All right, let's go into the interesting part now. The showcase, Benedict. Oh, clap for me now.
Yes, let's one more time. So the showcase time, this is the period where you show all the amazing works you've done throughout this week. And so we'll be starting the showcase, but before we start, please note that the session will be live streamed. It is already live streamed, and a maximum of 2 minutes will be allocated to everyone who is speaking. So you want to keep it short, but still you want to provide context. Again, remember, it's live streamed, and not everybody here understands code or tech. So you might maybe want to explain it more so that even the non-techies will understand what you're saying. Also, while you're doing that, I know the 2 minutes might be short. You might also want to take the opportunity to celebrate your work. How hard was it? How difficult was it working on all of that? And also, all the participants will be presenting from a single line, from a single laptop, I mean to say. So again, the single laptop is this one. I hope you've sent all your links and whatever on the Etherpad. And without further ado, I hope there is clarity on the guidelines. again, just to repeat, 2 minutes for each person who will be presenting. We have a timekeeper here who will be raising, again, once you have 30 seconds, you see it, 30 seconds. And then, again, all information must be on the Etherpad. Again, if you have not submitted your project, you probably will not be called. And without further ado, I want to just start. I'm interested in seeing all what you worked on. Again, let's see who's the first person. Okay. Oh, just a moment. So, yes, are they all lined up here? Yes. All right. You can go ahead.
Sorry. Let me just open the link I posted here. Okay, this is just a tiny showcase. Okay, hi everybody. I'm Xie Fan from Taiwan. So this is a side project I did last year. It's called Dangbi Map. Actually, the first motivation is that really I got some kind of reading disorder. Dangbi is just me, for dummy guy. So especially for reading some of the text with the multimedia, for example, maps, video or image, there's a lot of text. People just read the thing, just top and just from top to down, and just there's a text flow here. So actually, I really have a heart to think, okay, there's a place name called at the southern of maybe the Nairobi, or the airport is nearby at a specific direction. Where is it? Where is on the map? Though the image is over there, but I cannot really link to it. So actually, there's this project is just experimental things that maybe, okay, so if the text, each section in an article or in a HTML web page is related to others, maybe we just use the leader line. And for sure, it's a map. Of course, it could be just a leader line and have some of the text label to here. So each thing is the hyperlink here. Of course, besides the link, and it can also be another layout, the thing that you can move up, you just split the article into several blocks, and that's it. So yeah, because this is also an editor. If you are familiar with the Markdown, I believe you all know Markdown. So Markdown to HTML, HTML to an interactive things. So yeah, the right-hand side is the Markdown editor. So yeah, play around with it.
Yes, thank you so much. Okay, so just yes, please form a line, check the Etherpad and see the list the way you're numbered. Thank you.
My name's Tim Moody. I'm not nearly as well prepared as Fawn is. The project was to try to run a Llama 3.21b model on a Raspberry Pi 5 running Internet in a Box, and the stretch goal was to be able to pull a Wikipedia page from a Zim served up by Kiwix and summarize it. So how far did we get? Well, we started off with a lot of problems with dependencies. We were given code by Meta that was actually supporting us, and they had different versions of some of the libraries than what we had on the Raspberry OS. So it took a bit of time of that, and yes, some of the connectivity didn't help us too much in terms of trying to get recompiled and things. But we finally got past that, and we ran some queries, you know, the meaning of life and some of those kinds of queries, and it worked. So that was good. And then we moved on to trying to write some Python that would pull a page from Kiwix and then run that as a prompt. Please give a summary of : and then import the text from Kiwix. First problem with that was that it was HTML. And the model didn't actually understand HTML. We thought it might, but it didn't. So we wrote a little more Python to strip out the HTML, and then there were a lot of double quotes in it, so we had to strip those out, and some new lines. And the bottom line is we got partway there, and it's a continuing project. We had hoped a lot of people here would maybe have some Raspberry Pis to test, and we didn't find so many, but we did have a Raspberry Pi meetup where people looked at it.
Hi everyone. Where's Swayam? Swayam.
What?
Okay, I can go ahead with that. Sorry for the disturbance. I want to introduce you to the Supreme Court Cases web app. It is a court case for all the Supreme Court cases in Ghana, because all the court cases, for you to get access to them, you have to pay. So we've found a way to make it open source. So we are creating a tool to host all the Wikidata, all the Supreme Court cases on Wikidata, and then reuse the data on Wikidata using Sparkle to visualize them on the web app. So at the moment, we have also collaborated with other groups. Ceslos Group is one of them, Benedict Group is one of them, the Igbo Wikimedians. They've also uploaded all the Supreme Court cases to Wikidata and the visualization on them. Thank you. Thank you very much. So right now, there's a Sparkle query running at the back end, and yeah, so if you find a Republic case, you can find the description. So all these are coming from Wikidata at the moment. We are trying to visualize them, and we've worked on it. That's why I was looking for Swayam. We just finished working on it, so I wanted to show you guys, but he's not here. So, hi. Thank you.
Yeah. Do you want me to video? Okay. So basically, it was the old design. So it was the old design. So do you have the video here? Where is it? How do I show the issue, the UI? Where is it? So basically, I've shared it. I can't show the initial UI. So we have converted, this is basic HTML, CSS, so we made it into React and added an Express server, and then added tailwinds and all, and we just revamped the whole website. That's the major thing we have added, yeah, made it responsive.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Isatu.
Okay. So ESA tool is a, yeah. Okay. So ESA tool is a tool which helps to create the knowledge generated from the Wikimedia images in the Wikimedia Commons. So this tool helps to create new campaigns, explore the existing campaigns, and also add the metadata in an easier way, including description, captions, tags, and more. So this was the previous version of the tool, which was live before. And in this hackathon, we also refactored a lot of code and improvised the UI UX so that it makes the users' contributions so simple. So this was the one which was looking the home page previously. So this is how it looks right now. So on click of these campaigns, we can explore more campaigns. We can also create one new by logging in. Currently, this is not a laptop, so we cannot log in. We can also see the, yeah, so these are the, we can explore like more campaigns. Can log in with the existing account maybe. Not good idea. Let's go back. Okay, so this is how the tool helps. So please try to explore the tool, log in, and also try to contribute by adding more structured data into comments. Thank you.
Next, we have Digital to Commons.
My name is Neta Hussein. I live in Sweden. In Sweden and Norway, we have a website called digitalmuseum.se, which has around 4.7 million objects in their collection. And I sometimes, when I write articles on Wikipedia, I wish that I had these images to illustrate my articles on Wikipedia. And then what I would do was to go to this website, download the image, then upload it to Commons, then copy all the metadata manually. And I wanted some solution where I could just go into an interface, click a button, and so that all these the images that I want would move from digital museums to Wikimedia Commons. Of the 4.7 million objects, a large majority are under CC by SA or lower licenses, so they are compatible with Wikipedia. And these artifacts, they reflect a lot of the Nordic history and culture. So when I came here, I harassed this guy. I did not allow him to sleep last night, and he got me some solutions. Would you talk about that a little bit?
Okay, so yeah, this is the quality of the image. You can see these lot of metadata is there that we can pump into structured data as well, and also as a template. So we started another to commons tool. Yeah, that's called digital to commons. Okay, so it's simply upload images from digital museum to commons. Yeah. So this is the first screen. This is the second screen. It's a work in progress. Just started 2 days before. Yeah, this is the template artwork, but this is not enough to hold all the data. We will try to improve the template also. Thank you.
And next we have Bok user into Fetcher.
Hi, my name is Jinoy. I'm from Kerala, India. So we have developed a tool for, so there will be need for a tool like if you are organizing some campaigns in a multiple Wikimedia project, and also if you are calling for a scholarship for the candidates, doing for most of the events, it is easy to get the contribution from a particular language wiki, or if there are multiple wikis, it is difficult to identify those contributions. So we created a tool to check the contribution of multiple wikis based on the date, based on the namespace. So here is the tool.
Yeah, actually we have added option to either you can search for single or one or two usernames, and you can see the also you can also add CSV files, and you can upload a list of usernames, and then you will get the if you're if you're just inputting just 2 or 3 usernames, you will get the results as a visualization. And if you use a CSV file with multiple usernames, and you will get a CSV file as output, and it will be very much useful for such conferences for selecting participants like that. And also we have to add more options now, so we are currently more working on this. So, and this one took we have tried with 50 participants generated with just usernames generated with A, and 10 of them were wrong, so that's why it show wrong usernames. And then we have it worked like within 1.5 minutes. It gave results for the 40 participants. Thank you.
I need to open the presentation, that's all. Oh. Okay, again I am Ranjit Siji, I'm from Kerala. So in a Wikidata birthday celebration meetup, I came across a game called GeoGuessr, who is developed by some other guy. It shows you an image and you want to guess where the image is from. And if you get a nameplate or a kind of thing, it is very hard to guess. So I improved that game using a lot of images. You can look into that and you must guess where the image is coming from. And if you press make a guess, yeah, it will give you points. And you can play the game for free. Yeah, this is actually heavily inspired from the GeoGuessr, famous GeoGuessr game from Google. Yeah, that is using Google Street View and Google Maps. Yeah, we are open source people for free knowledge. So everybody welcome to play the free version of GeoGuessr game that's called Wikiguessr. Yeah, thank you.
Next, we have AlphaSwap. Please, while AlphaSwap is coming, Thai Wikipedia site request, please form a line.
Hello, everyone. Yeah. So, yeah, let's work. Yeah, let's do the slideshow. Yeah. So, hello, everyone. I'm glad to present the idea that we have been working with Ranjit, with doing the images now, and Atul, about how to actually use this wealth of LLMs that are available across Hugging Face, across the internet, and use them to do something meaningful for the movement. So as an example, we choose to do an LLM-based translation tool for Wikidata called AlphaSwap. So as you know, there is a bias in representing Wikidata labels, and we have 8.9 of Wikidata items representing humans. So actually, why don't we actually do something automated for the transliteration of people name? Actually, there are several challenges. There are complex, very complex rules. And actually, there are new peoples that added every day to Wikidata. And there are a lot of languages that are not efficiently covered by a community. So our solution actually tries to generate a Sparkle query for a dataset of transliteration, proper name transliteration, using it to fine-tune a language model in Hugging Face, and then generate transliteration. I will give the floor to Ratul to actually explain the challenges and why is it difficult to do that.
Yeah, actually we are using we are pre-training an existing LLM from Hugging Face, and now we are trying for Arabic language. So it's currently on progress. So we will we'll update everyone, and when it's ready, please try to use it. Thank you.
Next.
Okay. So hello, everyone. There's going to be a pretty short presentation because I was actually planning to work on a tool that would allow you to mass remove pages from your watch list, but unfortunately, I ran out of time before we had to do the showcase. So I'm going to show one of the other things that I did this hackathon, aside from helping our newcomers get involved in our technical spaces, and it was 2 requests from the Thai Wikipedia community, who was represented here at the conference by Tawitam. So this was 2 things. First, they requested that the Wikilove extension be installed on their wiki. And the second thing was that they were trying to use something called the Wikipedia Adventure, but unfortunately it wouldn't work unless there was an alias called WT, which would lead you to Wikipedia talk pages. So on, I believe it was the first day of Wikipedia, or of the hackathon, we were able to do both of them. So now when you go ahead to visit the Thai Wikipedia, there's an option to give Wikilove at the top section of the page where, where you could give people barn stars or food or animals. And here is the first ever Wikilove that was ever posted on this wiki, given by Reedy with the message, "Sammy is not here. We miss you, Sammy. We hope to see you next year." And also the first Bard Star that was given by Tawitam himself. So that's part of the work that I did this hackathon, and I hope in the future the Thai Wikipedia would enjoy these new features for their own wiki, for their community building.
Yes, me again. My name is Nata Hussain. I am a physician by profession. So I am interested in mapping the knowledge gaps related to women's health and other medical topics. So there is a big database of index of medical topics, which is called the MESH database. It is an external database that contains 300,000 words related to medicine. And all these keywords probably do not have articles about them on Wikipedia, and I wish those articles existed. So I contacted my dear friend Philip, who is also a Wikimedian, who did some Wikimagic and who got me 10,000 words from the MESH database that probably do not exist on Wikipedia in English language. And now I got 10,000 words, and what do I do with it? I need them to be classified in such a way that when I approach a university or a group, I would give them topics related to anesthesia or topics related to women's health, topics related to whatever, so that these are classified into groups so that it's manageable for people to work on. And then I came to Nairobi. I saw this guy. He said he'll work for me for free. And then you did something, right? Yeah.
Thank you. Myself Adil again. Okay, so what I did was like she gave me this big list, and I see that there are so lot to clean this one. And so I cleaned the data, and then I made it into a list like CSV. And then what I did was like I searched, you do fuzzy search with the Wikidata and Wikipedia, and then semantically matched it, and with the best match I have listed here, and also we will get the non-match results so that they can create new articles with that. So now with this idea, I'm planning for another tool so that everyone can also search with people have their own categories. They can search and find the articles that exist and not exist in the Wikipedia and Wikidata. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so hi. I didn't get to work on the thing I wanted to work on, so I worked on this instead. So in this special create account page, there's some what we call Lego messaging. And Lego messages are like hard-coded to come in a specific order, and that's bad because that's not how languages work. So I fixed this by just moving stuff around, basically. So, so now in Swahili you can say Mhariri moja wa hivi karibuni instead of the other one, which is like ungrammatical. So yeah, that's it. It's fixed now.
Thank you. Community alert.
Hey everyone, I'm Navya. So this is the tool, Community Alerts Dashboard. So this tool is basically used to monitor the alerts and edit counts in the community. You can select projects here and then languages and the timeline accordingly. So if you do that, so we get a timestamp of the peak points that have happened in this community during this time. And you can also enter labels for these points and then save them so that they go into the database and then you can see them on the plots. The idea is for communities who have irregularities or high peaks, high troughs in their trends, the editors can come here and annotate what events has caused these alerts so everybody can understand why this has happened. So this is the tool I'm working on, and in this hackathon I tried to move this into Codex, and that requires Vue.js first, so I'm still in progress, trying to get some help and finish this as soon as possible. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sony. This is my first hackathon, and I think I got a very and I think I got a very straightforward first hackathon experience. I spent 2 days waiting for a bug to be fixed. So out of the 4 days of my hackathon, 3 of the days were waiting, trying to get Toolforge access. And none of the people in Wikimania could do it, so we had to get outside help. But finally, on the last day, I tried to do whatever I could. So on English Wikipedia, we are trying to get some stats out of admins, what are the actions they have done, and trying to summarize them, which is the 10th last action you have done, and so on. So this is a script that people have made, but they are not necessarily open source and they don't cover all possible admin actions. So I started that. I have a GitHub and I have some code, but it is still under work. So hopefully I'll be finishing it by this week. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Richard Nipel, user Pharos. I want to share a quick thing. I'm not really a coder or really experienced in this stuff, but I worked with someone on the sub-national central notice, so the ability to show a banner, like the fundraising banners, like the campaign banners, to someone in a smaller region of a subnational thing, like part of Kerala or part of California, to make it a little bit easier. The person who actually implemented it is user Novum Linguae, who did all the coding. We still did part of it. It's working now for the US and Canada. It can work for other places too. And we also want to make it have a full box of stuff. But yeah, hopefully we can target local meetups, encourage wiki provincialism. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not the least.
Hi, I'm Nichal Karan from Tamil Wikipedia. I'm from India. So this is a simple user script. I will just give a background of this user script. So that is a Lexim data. So here people used to add audio files and multiple files can be possibly added, right? So that is one of the problem statement is in Wiktionary, there is no, this audio file is attached. So people find difficult to search and add it. So I create a user script. So when you install this user script, whenever you go to any Wiktionary page or any language page, whenever you click edit button, it will suggest you if any audio file exists. So then you can easily drag and put it in your page. So here is a source code. You can try it out. So far I have completed the basic functionality. Soon how I would like to improve the user interface. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. I know I said last but not the least, but again, we still have some time. So just checking in the room. Did you work on anything that you want to share? Yes. Come on. Please put your hand together for me.
Hi. Okay, someone approached me talking about dealing with Lexims and adding targeting language communities, working with Wikidata. And I have been working on this tool, but what I added during this hackathon was support for bulk upload for audios for Lexim from some commons. So I decided to share it with the developer communities. You can reach out to us if you want to add more work to this. There's a lot we are looking at exploring, so thank you.
Any other person? Going once? Going twice? Gone. So checking with those online. Again, if you have anything you're proud of that you worked on during this week, again, feel free to just put it in the comments and as well on the Fabricator board. Yes, I think the moment most of us have been waiting for. So we're going to be listening and be cheering and be happy to welcome Selena to tell us about the coolest tool award.
Sure, I don't know, which should I use? Okay, I'll just use this one. Hi everybody, wow, that is so amazing watching all of you, all the work, all the collaboration that happened this week, all of the work that you did together. I think you can all see that the work that volunteer developers do, it is like lifeblood of this movement. You're empowering and giving superpowers to editors who are creating the content for our movement. But I think that volunteer developers, they're often some of the first folks, because you're also editors, right? You're some of the first folks to find these use cases and develop tools that people can immediately use to make their contributions more powerful and more exciting, you know, for their time here with the movement. We also see tool builders really experimenting, really kind of pushing the edge and exploring what might be possible with the platforms that we've kind of all collaboratively developed together. And, you know, I definitely see you all addressing diversities. You saw just now all of the diversities, all of the different wikis and projects that people are working on here. It covers so many different languages, so many different individuals and projects. It's really quite incredible. So this is the 6th Coolest Tool Award. And yeah, yes, round of applause, thank you. And the first year's awards, they included some tools like Hotcat, the Internet Archive Bot, page view analysis, and quick statements. Last year we had, and I don't know if I'm going to say this aloud correctly, Integrality. I'm not sure if I said that right, but you probably know exactly how it's spelled. View It and Web2Site. And I just want to say, I know that the foundation alone could never do all of this work on its own. Some estimates that people told me when I first joined the foundation a few years ago is that we have more than 10,000 developers worldwide that work on the kinds of things that we're celebrating today. It really is like a huge community effort, and we're so grateful for all of the contributions that you've all made. And, you know, we're just, the tool builders, they're really essential to the movement, and I'm so grateful that you're all here today. So the categories for the coolest tools this year, we have 3. And the 3 are, first, greatest service to the community. This is a tool that relieves a significant burden and makes things easier and more efficient and maybe fun. It's something that improves many people's ability to work and learn. The second category is most evolved. This is a tool that maybe started as something simple, but has become much more sophisticated, or it has become a vital part of important infrastructure or workflows. And the third category is most innovative. It's a tool that does something new, exciting, or daring. This is like really pushing the envelope on the experimentation, and it pushes the idea of what a tool can be in our environment. So with that, let's play the video.
Every impactful edit owes something to a tool and to someone who built it. For 6 years, we've celebrated the volunteers behind the tools that shape how we share knowledge, like Citation Hunt, which helps editors quickly find unsourced claims to improve accuracy, or ToolForge, which powers bots and web tools that support everything from translation to data visualization. And this year, we're celebrating more tools that bring knowledge to more hands, enabling smoother workflows, smarter edits, and communities that thrive on open access and shared insight. As knowledge reaches more hands, so should the spotlight. In that spirit, we welcome you to the 6th Coolest Tool Awards. Wikimedia runs on trust, and filters play a big role in maintaining that trust. They quietly catch spam, block vandalism, and help keep projects safe. But when something gets flagged and you're not quite sure why, filters can feel opaque. Understanding what happened often means digging through raw logs and complex conditions. Abuse Filter Analyzer was created to make that process clearer. Built by MSc 2001, Polish Wikipedia admin, the tool breaks down what a filter did. You can see which conditions matched, which didn't, and how values flow through the logic. It lays everything out as a visual tree, with each part clickable so you can inspect how the filter reached its result, without touching the source code. It reduces cognitive burden, saves time, and helps Wikimedia stay open, accurate, and safe. That's why it wins the Coolest Tool Award for greatest service to the community. For admins, filter editors, and reviewers, it's a practical way to understand filter behavior clearly and efficiently. Let's put this to work step by step. Step 1. Add the tool to your wiki. First, head to your comment.js page, that's your personal script sandbox on any Wikimedia project. Paste in this line. Hit save. That's it. You've just installed the Abuse Filter Analyzer. No extensions, no special rights needed. Step 2. Open Special Abuse Log. This is where the filter hits are recorded, edits that triggered rules, whether they were spammy, harmful, or just suspicious. When the page loads, look just above the edit diff. You'll see something new, a logic tree, quietly explaining what happened. Step 3. Explore the logic tree. This is the heart of the tool. Each filter is broken into conditions, and you'll see which ones matched, which didn't, and how the logic flowed from one step to the next. Click on any node to dig deeper. You can inspect variables, view intermediate values, and even catch silent failures like a regex misfire, all without touching the source code. Step 4. Apply the analyzer to multiple filter hits, mass check mode. From the Abuse Filter Management screen, click on the filter you want to inspect, for example, mass page removals. Then click on X hits to view its log. Open your browser console and paste the analyzer script if not already loaded. Scroll down to the Check Filter on Recent Log Entries section, enter the number of entries you want to analyze, for example 50, and click Start. The analyzer will load logic trees for each hit side by side, allowing you to spot condition matches, misfires, and patterns across entries. Step 5. Debug with clarity. With Abuse Filter Analyzer, you can trust to understand more, guess less, and fix faster. At the center of many Wikipedia workflows is a quiet powerhouse, the database report template. What began as a simple on-wiki feature has grown into a core tool for monitoring and managing content. In 2025, it receives the Coolest Tool Award for Most Evolved Tool, created by SD0001. Want to know which articles in your wiki project are missing categories, which redirects are broken, which templates are over or underused? Database Report runs live SQL queries on Wikipedia's backend and presents the results directly on Wiki. Clean, accessible, and constantly updated. Editors can even write and plug in custom queries using tools like Query. No bots or external scripts required. Reports cover everything from redirects caused by typos and stale drafts to articles lacking wiki project oversight or surfacing in deletion discussions. There are even lists highlighting pages needing inline citations, a backbone for quality work. By turning back-end data into actionable insight, Database Report supports the daily decisions that keep Wikipedia accurate, accountable, and evolving. Setup takes just a minute and saves hours down the line. Step 1. Create a new page. Start by creating a user subpage. For example, you can name it Disambiguation Pages with links. This is the space where your report will live. Step 2. Add the database report template. Once your page is ready, use the template wizard to insert the database report template. Now it's time to input your SQL query. Let's say you want to pull a list of disambiguation pages with incoming links. The SQL might look something like this. Remember, the limit 500 ensures you're not overwhelming your page with data. Step 3. Update and display. Hit Update the table now. Voila! In just 0.16 seconds, your query runs and your data is pulled into the page. You can refresh the page and see the results displayed in a simple table format. Step 4. Make it interactive. By default, page titles appear as plain text. To make them clickable links, use the Wiki links parameter. Just add 2_ column and adjust the column index to link the data, like this. Step 5. Cleanup and style. For a cleaner presentation, remove the namespace from the first column using the hide parameter and even customize the column name to something more fitting like page name. You can also adjust column widths if you need more space. For example, hit Update again to see the changes, and now you have a sleek, fully functional report. Voila! From data to insight, from insight to impact. Culture lives through stories, but finding those stories across Wikimedia can feel like solving a puzzle of languages, licenses, and linked data. Paulina changes that. Winner of the Coolest Tool Award for Most Innovative Tool, Paulina dares to make open data feel alive. With a clean multilingual interface, it lets you explore authors, works, and the public domain across Wikidata, Commons, and more without needing complex queries. Want to know who created a work? Whether it's in the public domain? What else that author wrote? Paulina answers beautifully. Created by Jorge G. and Wikimedistas de Uruguay, the tool grew at the 2025 hackathon with filters, redesigned pages, and rich visualizations, making exploration not just easier, but more human. Paulina doesn't just search data, it invites you into a living library. For the stories behind the data, for the people behind the works, that's Paulina. Let's walk through how it works. Step 1. Visit the site. Head to paulina.toolforge.org. No login, no paywall, no fuss. It's free and open to all, the way the internet used to feel. Step 2. Search by author, work, or concept. At the top, type in an author, a work, or even a vague concept. Try Rabindranath Tagore or The Odyssey, or go full Beyoncé meets Borges and search for something unexpected. Step 3. View results. Click on an author to unlock their creative footprint, and you'll see their major works, lifespan, nationality, and where their work is free to use. Click on a work to reveal its license, themes, digital versions, and the web of connections it shares with other creators. This is like falling down a literary rabbit hole, but with a map. Whether you're following the thread of a single poem or exploring the universe around a novelist, Paulina turns search into cultural storytelling. Step 4. Check public domain filters. Use the filters to check whether a work is in the public domain, whether that's the US, Uruguay, or globally. This is essential for archivists, educators, and anyone working with digital reuse. Step 5. Explore through data. Click on the Countries tab to see charts showing the duration of copyright in each country, authors by nationality, and more. This gives you a bird's-eye view of how cultural history is represented and where there are gaps. Step 6. Change language. Need to work in Spanish, French, or another language? Just switch using the menu at the top. Paulina supports multiple languages seamlessly. That's Paulina. Go wild. Congratulations to our winners, and thank you to everyone who nominated tools. Special thanks to the Award Academy, who helped assess the nominations and guided us to selecting these winners. Thank you Tom Arrow, William Brown, Nat Hernandez Clavillo, Sarai Sanchez, Adam Shoreland, and Mariam Stiles. We appreciate you all very much. Please look forward to the Coolest Tool Awards again next year.
SDs 0001, and Jorge, come on up, please. I'm going to present some certificates. And they're going to take some photos, but we just appreciate all of the work that you've done so much, and what we have offered is a scholarship to the next hackathon so that you can help inspire everybody at our next hackathon. Hey. All right. Anything? Okay. With that, should I hand it off to you, Amanda? Okay, sounds great. All right, thank you, everybody.
All right, well, that was absolutely delightful. Thanks very much. I just wanted to close out our hackathon in general. I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you to everyone who came and hacked and made all the amazing things in the showcase. Thank you to the volunteer contributors who organized the hackathon. This is Joris, Otto, Sheila, and Valentin. Yeah. Thank you to everyone who not just hacked on their own projects, but volunteered their hacking time to help others and do +2s and fix bugs. Very much appreciated. And thank you to the staff who volunteered to answer questions and help resolve issues at the Developer Corner, AI Table, and other initiative areas. So this is Oyinye, one of our lead organizers. Steve, Kevin, and Peter as well. Thanks, everyone. This was a lovely hackathon. Really appreciate it, and I will see you next year in Paris. Things again.
Mambo. Mmeshinda aje. So all of us by now should have learned at least 5 Swahili words by now. My name is Terry Boke from Wikimedia User Group Kenya, and I was the communications lead for Wikimania 2025. It's an honor to just have an aerial view of all of you. You look amazing. I'm blushing. So, Wikimania 2025 is officially coming to an end today, but it's not gonna be the end of us gathering and networking and collaborating. Allow me to request you to turn to the person next to you and share at least one memory that you're going to carry with you from Nairobi. A minute. Silence in the room. Our moment is over. 1 minute is over, so if we can all stay silent. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. So I am going to walk over to one person and you will tell us exactly what the person sitting next to you has shared with you. So it's gonna be random. If you are an introvert, don't be scared. I'm one, but I'm here.
Alors, je suis Berata Diglet du User Group ivoirien de la Côte d'Ivoire. Je suis très heureuse d'être ici à Nairobi. Et depuis que je suis là, franchement, je suis très heureuse tout simplement. I'm so very glad.
Anyone willing to translate? Thank you. Anyone willing to translate from French to English? Wikipedians?
She just said that she's very happy to be here and she's glad for that convention.
Amazing. Thank you all. Thank you. And now I would like to introduce one of the amazing artists from Kenya. Her name is Stella Kivoti. So Stella is a Nairobi-based performing poet and spoken word artist whose sharp wit, lyrical depth, and magnetic stage presence have made her a sought-after voice in Kenya's creative and corporate circles. She began her journey on the Slam Africa stage in 2017 and was crowned the 2020 Female Slam Queen. Since then, she has performed and produced work for various brands and platforms, blending poetry, music, and message-driven storytelling. Beyond her craft, Stella is also a counseling psychologist and outdoor enthusiast. I love that, because I'm one. I love outdoors. Bringing introspection, empathy, and bold honesty into her performances. Whether collaborating with musicians or curating a show from scratch, she delivers work that moves both heart and mind. Are you ready? Yeah. I want to tell you one fact about Stella that most of us maybe, we have already gone on Wikipedia and looked her up. But the sad truth is, no article.
On the strings we have Baluka.
That's the lovely Yvonne. And of course, the powerhouse vocals. That comes from one Mr. Lucas. And last but not least, myself, Stella Kibuzi. We've come together and have a performance called Voices in the Edit. So where you feel like you want to dance, shimmy a little bit, shimmy. At some point, I'll ask you to possibly sing. We'll listen to the words, not the voice, so don't worry, don't worry. But please, enjoy with us.
Tumekuja Wikimania week. Tumekuja Wikimania week. Mtacheza Wikimania week. Mtacheza Wikimania week. Oh, no.
We begin with a name. Not mine, not yours, but a name that only lives when many voices hold it. Voices like yours, voices like ours. This isn't just a stage, it's a page, a living page, and every beat we breathe into it becomes part of a story. You see, someone somewhere added a sentence, a date, a correction, a comma, a caption, a citation. They didn't ask to be known, but they made knowledge whole. We know their edits, but we may never know their names. And still, they are here. In every line that brings the world a little closer, in every image uploaded in hope, in every language kept alive through keyboards, in every talk page that sparked a movement. You've seen the numbers. 300 plus wikis, 300 plus languages, millions of pages, billions of views. But have you seen the hands? The hearts behind them? I see them. Editors with no time but all the purpose. Translators bridging the silence. Archivists rescuing the past from oblivion. Volunteers sustaining this library of humanity. And so I ask, who shares the knowledge? We do. I'll need your help there again. Who shares the knowledge? We do. Exactly. Who keeps the edit alive? We do. Because history is not written in stone. It's not written once. It is edited again and again by voices who care, by people who show up. Even when no one's watching, tunaandika historia pamoja. We write history together. From Nairobi to Yaoundé, to Toronto, to Tokyo, this is not just one voice. This is the echo of many. Let it be known, knowledge is human. Knowledge is generations. Knowledge is all of us. So we speak, we cite, we sing the truth into visibility. We dance names into relevance. We link pages like bridges. We code sustainability into every corner of this archive. Sisi ni macho ya kushuhudia. We are the eyes that bear witness. Nous sommes les voix dans les marges. We're the voices in the margins. Somos las manos que salvan la historia del olvido. We're the hands that save history from being forgotten. نحن الخراش الخيد ونليل معرفة. We are the quiet guardian of knowledge. And we're not just filling the footnotes, we're rewriting the center. Call us editors, call us contributors, call us stewards, but know this, we are the rhythm behind the record. You remember that part I said I need your help? This is it, this is it. So we're going to say something together, all right? There are 3 sentences, but we'll do 4 of each first. The first one is we edit together. It's gonna go a little something like this. We edit together. We edit together. We edit together. One more.
Together.
Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. All right. Next one. We are Wikimedians together. We are Wikimedians together. Who are you? Again? Very nice, very nice. Last one, last one. We are generations together, okay? We are generations together. We are generations together. We are generations together. We are generations together. Perfect. Now, we know the lines. We edit together. We are Wikimedians together. We're generations together. 2 of each. But we'll add one more component. Dancing. You can't just say it when you don't want to dance. It's simple 2-step. Just a 2-step. Just a 2-step. We're not doing anything complicated, guys. Come on. Come on. Don't be shy. Thank you. I'll teach you the moves. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. So you're just going to take right foot, left foot. Hey, right foot. Hey, left foot. There we are. Right foot, left foot. We edit together. We edit together. We are Wikimedians
together.
We are Wikimedians
together.
We are generations
together.
We are generations
together.
We are edit
together.
We edit
together.
We are Wikimedians
together.
We are Wikimedians
together.
We are generations
together.
We are generations
together.
Hey.
Together.
We edit.
Together.
We are Wikimedians.
Together.
We are Wikimedians.
Together.
We are generations.
Together.
We are generations.
Together.
We edit.
Together.
We edit.
Together.
We are Wikimedians.
Together.
We are Wikimedians.
Together.
We are generations.
Together.
We are generations.
Together.
Hey, 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 hey. Thank you very much. Content, this is care. This is not just a project, this is promise. So as we close, let us not fold the page, let us not put down the pen. Let us link what was to what will be. Let us cite love, let us edit loudly. Let us keep the archive breathing. History is not etched in stone, it is written by hands like yours, by hearts like ours. It is edited by every single one of us. Our voices are in the edit. Thank you.
Together.
That was a performance, for sure. I don't know about you, but I could hear Stella editing and reverting her own edits and, and translating the edits. And that is the work that we do as Wikimedians. And now, I don't know about the criteria or whether there is one or not of joining the Wiki Choir, but Stella and your team, you're welcome to join the Wiki Choir. Help me to welcome the Wiki Choir on stage to give us a performance.
Thank you and hello everyone. I'm very happy and also quite excited to announce the performance of the Wiki Choir. As you can see, a few of us has gathered together to sing for you to help close this Wikimania 2025. Following last year's performance of the Wiki Orchestra, we wanted to sing a song from East Africa to honor our great hosts, and we asked a local musician for help. This year, the Wiki Choir will be joined by the amazing Joel Maluki from Nairobi. He's incredibly talented musician and educator. Joel joined us this week and taught us a popular East African song in Swahili language. It's called Malaika. It is translated as little bird, or it can also be translated as an angel. This piece is a beautiful song and written by the Tanzanian artist Adam Salim in 1945. It was first recorded by a Kenyan musician, Fadili William, and it became an international hit after South African singer Miriam Makeba, or Mama Africa, covered it in 1960s. Since then, it has been covered by numerous artists from all over the world, and it became a world classic. I will now hand over the microphone to our maestro Joel, and he will tell you a little more about the song, and who will invite you to maybe try to sing along for the chorus. Thank you very much.
Malaika, nakupenda malaika. Let me hear you sing it. Come on, say it. Malaika, nakupenda malaika. Nami nifanyeje? Kijana mwenzio. Repeat that. Nami nifanyeje? Kijana mwenzio, nashindwa na mali sina we, ningekuoa malaika. Let me hear you. Nashindwa na mali sina we, ningekuoa malaika. Now you can join the Wiki Choir. Malaika, nakupenda malaika. Malaika, nakupenda malaika. Nami nifanyeje? Kijana mwenzio, nashindwa na mali sina we, ningekuoa malaika. Nashindwa na mali sina we, ningekuoa malaika. Kidege kukuwaza kidege. Everybody Everybody join me, let's sing Kidege. Kidege. Kukuwaza kidege. Nami nifanyeje? Nami nifanyeje? Kijana mwenzio, kijana mwenzio. Nashindwa na mali sina, we ningekuoa malaika. Nashindwa na mali sina, we ningekuoa malaika. Hey. Pesa zasumbua roho yangu. Everybody join me, let's sing it. Pesa zasumbua roho yangu. Nami nifanyeje? Kijana mwenzio. Hey, nashindwa na mali sina, we ningekuoa malaika. Nashindwa. Let me see, wave your hands like this, everybody, come on. Hey, ningekuoa malaika. Nashindwa na mali sina. Nashindwa na mali sina, we ningekuoa malaika. One more time. Oh, nashindwa na mali sina, we ningekuoa malaika. Yeah.
Thank you. For those of us who didn't understand, maybe there is a translation on Wikipedia, but it's all about love and money and you know what. And now, allow me to look for my colleague who has been missing in action, and I want him to show up for us. Romeo, where are you? Romeo Juliet is looking for you. Okay, Romeo may be missing in action.
Hello everyone, welcome to this awesome day. Now this is our last day of Wikimania, but before we say goodbye, I actually would love to give you one beautiful bit of color and creativity to be able to celebrate. Now, over the past days, you probably have noticed this very incredible mural that actually is behind us. Now, this mural was started by one of the artists, and it's the vision of one artist. But now it became a living canvas for all of us as Wikimedians. Now, the talent behind this is an artist who has invited all of us to be able to add our own ideas, our languages, our colors, and I would love us to give him a big round of applause before I even introduce him. Now, one beautiful thing I just would love to ask, who is this awesome artist that we're talking about?
Hi, everyone. My name is Victor Mwangi. I am a mural artist and illustrator. So out there, I paint walls in offices, residences, schools, and basically malls and commercial spaces. But in here, I have been facilitating an interactive live mural painting session with everybody. Yeah, that's.
Now, when you look at your mural right now, what are the 3 words you can have for your mural right now?
It's interesting, chaotic, unexpected, because I did not anticipate basically the amount of character that you bring into this mural. So those are the words that I have for this, and it's definitely vibrant.
Yeah, that's beautiful. But also when I look at the mural, I realized that there was a base image behind that every Wikimedian came and wrote something on top. What is the story behind the image that you actually drew and painted before everybody came and did something?
The story behind this, or the over underlying theme on this, is basically curiosity. So this is my canvas of curiosity. When I think about Wikipedia, Wikimedia, I think about basically curiosity, and this fuels curiosity. So that is what this is about, and searching for knowledge.
That's very beautiful. Now, one thing I wanted to ask you also, when you look at the details of everything here, can you tell me one thing that probably surprised you amongst the awesome things that Wikimedians have been able to paint?
Oh yeah, sure, absolutely. There's tons of things that surprised me about your incredible talent, all of you who joined me to participate in this. But most importantly, something that stood out was an Iraqi Wikimedian who came here and painted something, sort of like wrote something in the Sumerian alphabet, because that is the origin of the alphabet as we know it.
No, that's very beautiful. No, thank you. Now also, one other last thing probably I would want to ask you about is, if you look at your mural and think about it as a Wikipedia article, what would you call it and why?
I'd say philosophy. I think that's the most interconnected and interlinked Wikipedia article of all time, probably. I hope I'm right, but then again, there is no standard for me to be right anyway. But I think it would be philosophy.
Oh yeah, this is very beautiful. And also, when you look at the amazing work that has been done here, it is a semblance of how we actually operate in the Wikimedia Foundation. There is a base. Everyone has been able to put one stroke at a time. Different languages, different cultures are all represented here. One beautiful thing is also our mural, you can look at it, it is tiled up. So meaning there is a chance you who is a Wikimedian could have an opportunity to live with one little piece of that tile behind there. But it's only going to be on first come, first serve. So make sure when you leave, you have an opportunity to go with a tile right there. So any other thing you want to tell us before I say bye-bye for this?
Thank you for collaborating with me.
And thank you, everyone, for watching. Back to the studio.
Thank you, Romeo. Thank you to our artists. And now for our second performance, welcome the Wiki Choir. I hope they wow us again with another Swahili version.
You probably all enjoyed that this Wikimania has been full of songs, music, and dance. Talking to fellow Wikimedians, we realized it is only actually in the past 2 years that Wikimania has started to embrace music as part of the program. You could say it is not a surprise with so many talented individuals in our community, but still it's remarkably that only at last year's Wikimania in Katowice, Poland, we have formed a Wiki orchestra, and this year the Wiki choir. For this reason, we wanted to give a heartfelt thank you to Lukas from Germany, who coordinated the orchestra last year, as well as helping us remotely to coordinate this amazing gig, and to the Wikimedia Foundation team for its support and making this experience so great. I heard that there are already plans for making some music together in Paris next year. But now for our second piece, our amazing leader Joel, he has chosen a fun song called Jambo Bwana, which means hello mister in Swahili language. It was first released in 1982 by the Kenyan band Them Mushrooms and has since taken a life of its own. By tradition, every performance is modified to fit the current setting and audience. So together with our maestro Joel, we will also do that today. And you might recognize one or two Swahili phrases that you could have learned during this Wikimania conference. The song also featured a call and response, so it will allow you to join with us. So without further ado, over to Joel and the Wiki Choir.
Can I invite us to stand up, everybody? Just stand on your feet and clap with us.
Nzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata.
Sing jambo,
jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata.
Kenya nchi nzuri,
hakuna matata.
nchi ya kupendeza,
hakuna matata.
nchi yenye amani,
hakuna matata.
nchi yenye upendo,
hakuna matata.
Hey,
jambo bwana, habari gani? Mzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata. Jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata.
We sing at Wikimania,
hakuna matata.
We sing for Wikimedia,
hakuna matata.
We say jambo to Jimbo,
hakuna matata.
We are a global movement,
hakuna matata.
We have a common vision,
hakuna matata.
Some of all human knowledge,
hakuna matata.
We are in this together,
hakuna matata.
Free knowledge lives forever,
hakuna matata.
Hey,
jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata.
Okay. So we're in Kenya, and in Kenya we sing and dance all the time. So you guys ready to join us in singing and dancing? I can't hear you. Are you ready to join us in singing and dancing? All right, anyway, put your hands up everywhere like this. All right, we're going to start with a clap. We go like this. 1, 2, 3, we go. 1. Everybody, come on. All right, we go like this, everybody. Come on. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on. Clap, everybody, come on. Oh, sing
jambo bwana, habari gani? Mzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata. Jambo bwana, habari gani? Mzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata.
I want to hear you sing jambo, say
jambo bwana, habari gani?
Wageni. Come on, keep clapping, come on. One more time. Jambo.
Sana. Wageni wakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata. Hey.
Yeah. Thank you.
Wiki Choir. Thank you so much for that entertainment. We really didn't expect it, but you have delivered beyond expectations. Amazing. So for those of us who will be traveling tomorrow or probably tonight, and you get to the airport and you find that your flight has left you, don't worry. Hakuna Matata, Kenya. So to continue telling the story of Africa, there have been people behind the scenes creating memories that we will all live to experience in the coming years. Participants of the Wiki Loves Africa, this is your hour. Allow me to welcome Ayla.
Hello everyone. I'm not sure I should be following that. But it's come to the time to share Wiki Loves Africa winners for 2025. After 11 years of documenting all aspects of Africa on Wikimedia Commons, and from illustrating that, and from there, from Wikimedia Commons to illustrating the Wikimedia projects, Africa has a life of its own on the Wikimedia projects now, with over 1.9 billion views of Wiki Loves Africa images so far. This year, under the theme Farm to Plate, resulted in 509 images that were submitted by 876 photographers across the continent. Before we get to the awards, this is a collective effort, so I wanted to thank the photographers from across Africa, the Wikimedia community, especially our linguistic ambassadors, and both indefatigable juries. Special gratitude goes to Florence, Wiki in Africa team, Donia and Afek, who are here, and especially Hilary Ogali and our comms team, Rachel and Kaylee. In the photography category, oh, hang on, we need slides. Can we have the slides up? Ah, there it is. In the third, sorry. So in third place, prize winner is Nigeria's Abakaliki rice mill. I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong. Taken by user Media MOF. In second place, photography winner, Egyptian photographer Ahmed Abdulazim. And the first prize winner is Ayorinde Angundele, aerial view of a busy tomato market in Lagos, Nigeria. It was a battle between Nigeria and Egypt this year. We have two other major categories to go. In the video category, we have 3 subcategories. In the reportage prize is the journey of a traditional Côte d'Ivoire cassava-based dish by Écran Bleu. Oops, there you go. Oh no, wrong one. In the narrative prize goes to Nigerian Ima Sali for her evocative film on turning maize into maize meal. Sorry, the reportage category, this is the one by Boris Anon in Côte d'Ivoire, excuse me. Côte d'Ivoire, woo! The clip prize, the next one, is an aerial view of 10,000 hectares of rice farm in Nigeria by Agbedid. I don't know if that's, apology. And the audio award goes to Côte d'Ivoire. Boris Anon for audio instructions into making atike. Is that right? Atike? Congratulations to winners. As many of you know, our beloved colleague Wilson passed away last year, and his legacy is being honored this year and in future years through a Wilson Kelechi Oloa Prize. This prize will be announced in November at Wiki Indaba in Dar es Salaam and on Wiki Loves Africa social media channels. So join us then. And thank you so much to all of you for all of your help and assistance and for making this what we think is the largest photographic competition in Africa. Citation needed.
Thank you so much. I was also happy to be part of the Wiki Loves Africa, but I didn't win. Yeah, for me to up my game. Next, Caro Moura is going to take us through the Poster Session Awards.
Welcome to 2025 Poster Award. I hope you had an amazing time viewing all the great posters. We had close to 100 poster submissions, and a panel of 3 selected judges were able to review and find a winner. So, the winners. Best content, we had the best content, we had the best designer, and the best posters. Congratulations to all the winners. The winners will receive $50 credit to Wikipedia Store. Please email your name to wikimania@wikimania.org. Thank you. Welcome, Terry.
In Swahili, we say hongera sana. Congratulations to the winners. So at this moment, I want to introduce or to bring on stage a woman that I admire behind the scenes secretly, and I keep cheering her on because she is such a powerhouse. Welcome on stage, Mariana Iskandar, CEO, Wikimedia Foundation.
These are like really tough acts to follow, hey? It's been really special to be here in Nairobi with all of you. As you know, it's my last Wikimania as the CEO of the foundation. A lot of you have commented on the energy of this place, and I have felt it over the last few days, and frankly, it's been on stage since we started today. When I stood on stage on Wednesday at the opening, I asked a question about what the next generation needs as we prepare to celebrate Wikipedia's 25th anniversary next year. And I got answers from many of you. One of our affiliate executive directors called for us to face forward into the future together, so that we as a global movement operate as one, to not only take advantage of, I think, unprecedented opportunities, but also new challenges. One of the admins talked to me about needing new ways of working, and even maybe new software solutions to make our projects more accessible and welcoming to contributors of the future. A colleague of mine from the Wikimedia Foundation reminded me that our mission requires us to be bold. And that's going to be necessary so that the next generation can make even more impact than the remarkable achievements that all of you have managed to deliver in the last 25 years. I've loved all of these conversations. I would say especially with people here who are already part of the next generation. So those of us from the last century and the Wiki dinosaurs, we look forward to having all of you lead us in the years to come. At a time when I know that we can feel threats to our projects all over the world, it's this experience of actually being together that is what is going to make us be strong, be bold, and be able to face into that future together. So I just wanted to say thank you to those of you who have told me your stories, not only in the past 3 days here at Wikimania, but honestly over the last 4 years, many of you in this room that I met in 2021. It has been my privilege, and I am so grateful. So thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to share some of those reflections. And I would like to now hand the microphone over to Winnie and the 2025 COT to please come on stage.
Asante Mariana. Thank you, Asante Mariana. Thank you so much. It feels like we had just started. Yeah, so welcome once again. For those who just arrived to the closing ceremony from Kisumu, Mombasa, Meru, welcome to Nairobi. So the renaming of the rooms is one of the funniest stories that I had during this Wikimania. So apparently there's one of the interpreters in one of the rehearsals was wondering why the conference is being hosted across multiple cities in the country. So I want to believe that you all had a chance in one way or another to tour Mombasa while still here in Nairobi and learn a thing or two about our beautiful coastal region. I know some of you also went to Kisumu, the city known for Lake Victoria and fishing, and Nakuru, the city also known for beautiful flamingos and Lake Nakuru, among others. And you can check and read more about all of this on Wikipedia as you help increase and improve the pages. So this is the moment we also get to appreciate once again the good job that this incredible team did with others who may not be on this stage. But I want to appreciate it took a lot of time, effort, commitment, sleepless nights, a lot of childcare. Thank you for everything that you put in this. It was heart, body, and soul, and everything in between. Asanteni sana. I will give that chance to Anthony also to appreciate some more, and then we carry on with our closing speech.
Thank you, Winnie, and thank you everyone for being here. Once again, during the opening ceremony, we introduced to you the co-organizing team behind Wikimania 2025. But at this moment, we want to take a moment to appreciate and acknowledge what you have done behind this conference. So thank you so much, Winnie, for co-leading this team alongside myself. You have been amazing leader. Please, can we... You are such amazing. Yeah. Yeah. One special moment, we were thinking of this Wikimania, how we're gonna organize it, and we said, let's give power to women. And that's how they have been the leader for each docket, for each committee. Thank you, Carol, for leading the scholarship committee. There is another amazing lady who have been not sleeping, taking a look at the programs that we submitted to make sure we have the, the potential ones that gonna make the Wikimania amazing. Thank you so much, Alice. We have a true African man who have made some effort to make sure every one of us is safe. He have been serving on a partnership and trust and safety. So he has sometimes been sleeping at 3 a.m. to make sure everyone is safe. So thank you so much, Michael. Yes, and Michael was supported by Bobby Shabangu. Thank you so much for it. We have another strong woman who have been leading the communications for this conference. Thank you so much, Terry. One of the special things that happened for this Wikimania, we had Wikimania Village Pump, and there is another amazing man who have been doing some great effort to make sure online participants are watching what's going on here and make sure they understand and they get the time to interact with the speakers and so on. Thank you so much, Romeo. Yes, we have hackathons at Wikimania, and also we have online participation. This team has been led by Otto Nyongole. Thank you so much. And Otto Nyongole worked closely with Joris Darlington. He's watching us from online. Joris, thank you so much. Yes, that's Butch. Thank you so much, Butch. And actually, can you, Eric, also stand up? These two amazing people have been the Wikimania 2025 liaisons who have been working with us to make sure they guide us, they advise us to make sure we got what we have so far. Thank you so much. But also we enjoyed some great support from the Wikimedia Foundation team and the Wikimedia Foundation staff. There is a lot of them, but just to represent, please Lisa, wherever you are. Okay, yeah, so we have also Elena, Rachit, Belinda is not here, but Anna, Jiska, and Abdallah. Thank you so much. Na tunasema asanteni sana. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming to Wikimania 2025.
Asante sana, Anthony. And also, I also want to thank 3 other colleagues who really supported us in this journey. They were not part of the COT, but Wikimania is all about connection, it's all about facilitation, it's all about helping build bridges that last through generations. And we had Nasma from Trust and Safety, was of great support to the team. We also have Arik Karani, who really supported us, the Kenyan team, a lot, and helping enhance partnerships that made this, some of this possible. And also we have our partnerships manager in Sub-Saharan Africa, Felix Nati. Thank you so much for all the support you accorded us. We celebrate you. And I will try and make our closing speech very short. So as we close Wikimania 2025 here in Nairobi, my heart is full of gratitude, pride, joy, and hope. Just a few days ago, we welcomed you all to the magical Kenya for the first East African Wikimania, the third on the African continent, and on our 20th anniversary under the theme Inclusivity, Impact, Sustainability. In the course of the 3 days we've had or so, and even today. You're moving very fast. Slow it down. I've seen that theme brought to life in so many ways we'll remember for years. We've celebrated inclusivity, hearing voices from every corner of the globe, youthful innovators, veteran Wikimedians, librarians, enhancing access to knowledge in undeserved communities, and climate justice advocates. We've embraced diversity, diverse cultures, multiple languages, and provided that open knowledge belongs to everyone, and proved that open knowledge belongs to everyone. We've made impact through connections, forged skills, shared knowledge, and created friendships from different places. This is what happens when you give Wikimedians a document, they edit. So let's keep going. We've also made impact through connections, forged skills. Okay, let's forget about this one. It's not working. Let me just go and flow. Anyway, what I was just trying to say is that we had a theme, and we've had it replicated in different ways through the different cultures that have all been reflected here, the multiple languages that have been spoken in this room, the care and concern everyone has showed to each one who was present here, and the topics that were made. We've embraced sustainability, not just in the conversations about our planet, but in how we ran this conference. From the beaded lanyards that you also, the choir, become creative about. I know you got ideas, so you can yank off the tag and it becomes a very beautiful necklace you can keep. To the reusable tote bags reflecting Kenya's environmental conservation efforts. And in case you didn't notice, there was no single-use plastic bottles across all our conference and accommodation venues. So congratulations to you all for that. Beyond the program, let's run it up a bit. Beyond the program, there were connections and new friendships sparked, either over coffee or the vibrant Nairobi nightlife. In case you missed it, I'm sure you get a hint of what will be happening from the opening entertainment. And on behalf of the 2025 co-organizing team, Wikimedia User Group Kenya, the East African Regional and Thematic Hub, and the Wikimedia Foundation, asanteni sana. Thank you for bringing in your spirit of learning, of sharing to Nairobi. And just as we say, Wikimania is like a typical Wikipedia article. It never closes. It never comes to an end. And so at this particular time, the page is growing, with views increasing. And so we close Nairobi, but we usher in a new page where we invite and move to another region. And at this point, I would like us to be upstanding as we welcome and pass the mantle to the 2026 Wikimania Paris team. Great. Thank you so much. So this was a moment to also share the Kenyan culture with you. And in a typical Kenyan home, we have men of the home, the village elders, who are the custodians of the homestead. And symbolically, Bobby and Michael are going to hand over this beautiful display, which is actually made from a mineral called soapstone. You can read it on Wikipedia, it's there. And it's produced in one of the regions in Kenya called the Kisii County. And this is a beautiful, well thought after gift to their French team. So I'm going to invite the representatives to come and pick it. Habib and Adelaide. Felicitations, asante sana. Thank you. To the 2025 COT, you can take your seats. Thank you very much.
Asanteni sana to all of the 2025 team. Nairobi has been very welcoming to us. Thank you. One of the things I really wanted to draw your attention to was how much connections we were able to form this week. Because of this space, because of the comfort that we were in, I want you to raise your hand if you think you met someone new and made a connection this week. Please raise your hands. There you go. And if that isn't impact, then I don't know what impact is. Let's give them one more round of applause, please. We have a short video to show you to announce Paris 2026.
Hakika mkutano wa Wikimania umekuwa nzuri sana. Asanteni kwa kutukaribisheni wote Kenya na kwenye jiji lenu zuri la Nairobi, Silicon Savannah. En 2026, la Wikimania débarque à Paris pour fêter les 25 ans de Wikipédia. Ensemble, nous célébrerons un quart de siècle de libre partage de la connaissance en 356 langues et nous rendrons hommage aux communautés qui font de Wikipédia une encyclopédie fiable. Rejoignez-nous à Paris. Nous sommes ravis de vous accueillir dans la ville lumière. Un petit monde rempli d'art, d'histoire, de sport, de gastronomie et d'amour. Paris vous transformera. Vous n'en ressortirez peut-être pas indemne, mais vous nous transformerez aussi. Ensemble, protégeons la liberté, l'équité, la fiabilité des projets Wikimedia à Paris du 21 au 25 juillet 2026. Cet événement est organisé par une équipe de Wikimédiennes et de Wikimédiens francophones du monde entier.
Wikimania, thank you. Wikimania 2026 is brought to you by a team of 18 members in the COT. It's an international team, and they're all French-speaking, and I will let them introduce themselves now.
Benoît Evelyn, Programme Lead.
Habib Mini, Programme Co-Lead.
Yvonne Dos Santos, Scholarships Lead.
Patricia Díaz Rubio, Scholarship Co-Lead.
Afek Ben Shahed, Communications Lead. Alexandra Tuile, Communication Co-Lead.
Alejandra Reyes, Sponsorship and Partnership Lead.
Michael David Miller, Partnership Co-Lead. Sandra Hambo, Volunteers Lead. Afek, again, hey. Anne Jeanne, Trust and Safety Lead. Michael Shaoli, Trust and Safety Co-Lead.
I'm Vincent. I'm in charge of the hackathon.
Michael Barbero, Tech Lead.
Zakaria Bao, Technical Co-Lead.
Florence Devoir, Steering Committee Liaison. Rémi Gerbet, COT Support.
And me, yes, sorry. Hi. Yes, Adelaide Calais, sorry, coordinator of the co-team and a bit lost at the minute. So they are also aided in their work by more than 60 volunteers, all coming from mostly French-speaking Africa, but as well as South America and Europe. Wikimania is organized, Wikimania 2026 is organized by Wikimedia France with the support of Wikifranca and the Wikimedia Foundation. Wikifranca is a hub that was born in 2013. It emerged from years of deep collaboration, friendships, mutual support, and shared governance. This Wikimania team is the result of a decade of common work, of community building. Thank you to each and every one of you who ever got involved in Wikifranca, be it as a board member, as a participant, as a mentor, or as a delegate. At Wikimania 2026, we will celebrate 25 years of Wikipedia and of the Wikimedia community in all its beautiful diversity. It's time to look back, look around, and look ahead, mostly. Look ahead and focus on what will ensure that free knowledge is shared for generations to come. In the face of internet regulation policies and media attacks, we will focus on defending Wikimedians' freedoms and rights, to share knowledge freely, to associate, and to self-govern. In the face of recent political setbacks on the road to inclusivity, we will focus on knowledge equity, diversity, and accessibility. In the face of growing disregard for historical and scientific consensus, we will focus on reliability of information and of our structures. You can find everything about our theme on the meta page of Wikimania 2026 through this QR code. Together, we hope to build a future where access to knowledge remains a fundamental right and where collaboration continues to break barriers. In this effort, we will make sure to include our allies in the digital public goods. We will also do our best to foster linguistic inclusion. The 4 official languages of the conference are French, Spanish, Arabic, and English. And we are really open to your suggestions as to how we can make it even more inclusive linguistically. Last but not least, our scholarship process is starting really soon. We are launching the call in early September, first or second week. So be sure to apply and join us in Paris.
Thank you so much, Team 2026. We look forward to a great time in your country. So before we close, thank you. Before we close, we have very important announcements to make, so don't be in a rush because it's good for you to hear what we have to share with you. Rashid?
All right, everyone. My name is Rachit. We have some very quick announcements. We're going to move from here to the other side of the mall, which is called, in which there's a hotel called Tribe. Some of you have probably been there. The moment you leave, you will be escorted throughout the journey by our lovely volunteers, so please do follow them. And at the Tribe, we will have the closing party. We will have shuttles leaving from 8:30 to 11:30 at regular intervals whenever a shuttle is full. If you are an individual who has a flight or on a time, please identify that to one of the volunteers and they'll guide you. You would have also received information on your email. When we leave, like we did during the opening, we'll get the last few rows empty first before we go, so we'll leave in a timely fashion. It's about a 400 to 500 meter walk. In case you don't want to make the walk, identify that to one of the volunteers and we can get a shuttle for you from here to the Tribe as well. So with that, thank you very much. Back to you, Terry.
Thank you, Rachid. So just to finally thank all of you for finding time to come here to this room, to listen to all of us, and for every edit you have made even while in Nairobi. I hope you have added information on Wikipedia on the Nairobi page. And now I will ask I would like to ask you to take a moment to scan a QR code, probably placed on your seat, but it will also be projected here. Scan and give us your feedback. We'd love to hear what we can do better next year and what your wishes are in the coming years. So thank you, and I hope you will enjoy your dinner, which will be at the Tribe Hotel. Thank you.